I'll ask you to raise your hand. You don't have to answer orally, just raise your hand. Then each of you will be asked to leave the courtroom and will question each panel member individually. When that happens, I'll ask you to take a seat in the witness box, and I'll do follow-up questions on your questionnaire. After that, the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask you questions as well. So that basically is the outline of voir dire. Okay? Please note that we're not able to always control the temperature in the courtroom, so it is a good idea to dress in layers in case it's chilly in some parts of the courtroom, and it may be too warm in others, so I apologize for that. Throughout these proceedings, we're going to take breaks or recesses. Also, there may be other delays. I want to apologize in advance for any delays that might take place. I try to deal with all legal issues before court starts or after you leave for the day. But in every criminal trial, there are unanticipated delays that just couldn't be thought out before. So please understand that when these delays come up, I would suggest that you bring something to read. I'm going to try to keep the delays as short as possible, and I'll have my clerks let you know how long the delay is anticipated to be. All right? I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions. There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case. In the questioning that will take place, you may be asked whether you will accept and follow the rules of law that I give you, and you should have these instructions in mind when you answer these questions. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the defendant has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American justice system is that the jury determines whether the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American juries do in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure that both the state and the defendant receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you some questions. Remember that you will be under oath when you answer our questions, and that you must answer truthfully. The questioning, is a very important part of this process. All of us hold personal opinions, and all of us have had things happen to us. The purpose of jury selection is to try to determine whether you hold certain opinions so strongly, or if something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be an impartial juror in this type of a case. In other words, those opinions or those experiences would prevent you from listening to the evidence and making your decision solely on the evidence in this case. Please don't take any offense to any of the questions that will be asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal lives. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that the jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence. Fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in the case and not on anything that is not presented in the case. We want you, of course, to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your obligation is to honestly answer the questions and tell us of anything, even if you are not directly asked, that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Some of you who will be questioned will be excused from serving on the jury. If you are excused, it does not necessarily mean that anyone doubts that you're a fair person. I hope that you won't take any offense and understand if you are excused from this jury. At this point, members of the panel, I would ask that all of you please rise, raise your right hand, and face the clerk, who will swear you all under oath so that the answers to your questions will be given under oath. So please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, "I do."
Okay, please be seated. Thank you. All right. Now I'm going to ask the group a number of questions. Remember that no verbal response is necessary. I just want you to raise your hand. All right? Okay. Do any of you have serious concerns about your health if you were to serve as a juror in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, no hands are raised. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of the proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has a burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I'll instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. If you are willing to do this, please raise your hand. All right, all hands are raised. If you're chosen as a juror, I'll instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All right, no hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. There will be police officers who will testify in this case, as well as other witnesses. I'm going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable. It's basically a matter of common sense, but things to look at are: how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? What is the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is in law enforcement? No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. Okay. All right. One thing I want to say, members of the panel, is I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for responding to your jury summonses. By showing up today and proving your willingness to serve, you are our heroes. Our criminal justice system could not work without good citizens like you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we can do is do our civic duty and serve as jurors. And I know these are difficult times, but doing our duty in difficult times is the American way. A heartfelt thanks to all of you for appearing today. All right. You were given a list of possible witnesses earlier. They may not all testify. Do any of you know any of the witnesses on the list? I want you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. Okay, no hands are raised. Do any of you have any trouble hearing or understanding what I am saying? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Okay, we will start with opening statements after the jury is selected. We'll start with opening statements by December 8th, and we expect to be finished by no later than Christmas Eve. That is our best estimate. Don't be concerned if we don't finish by Christmas Eve. I intend to take Christmas Eve and that weekend off and start again on December 27 if we are not done. So I wanted to give you that so you wouldn't be concerned that you would miss Christmas and Christmas Eve with your families. Typically, the trial will be conducted from 9 to 4:30. going as late as 5 o'clock. There'll be a 20-minute break in the morning at approximately 10:30 and a 20-minute break in the afternoon. We'll take lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. Please remember, while court is in recess, that you're not to talk to anyone involved in this case, nor should you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, you may see the attorneys or parties in the hallways. Don't take offense if they don't stop to say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in this case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that rule could jeopardize the trial, and this prohibition will continue until a verdict is rendered. Okay, at this point, members of the panel, I'm going to excuse everyone except for panel member number 2. So please follow the deputy to your waiting area. Okay. Juror number 2, will you please take the witness stand? And you may remove your mask.
Yes, be seated.
Yes, and be seated. Thank you. Okay, thank you for doing the jury questionnaire, by the way. I know it was pretty lengthy, and you did indicate a number of things in your answers. You've heard and seen things on the media, and you, at this point, have indicated that you are neutral. Your general impression of both the defendant and Mr. Wright is neutral.
Yes.
Okay. You also indicated that you couldn't understand why an officer would attempt to disable the driver of a moving vehicle which could potentially injure others. Of course, you always have questions, but and that's a legitimate question. But can you listen to the evidence and decide the case solely on the evidence and not on any questions that you may have in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think you can be a fair and impartial juror on this case?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me a little bit about why you believe that Blue Lives Matter is, your impression, is very unfavorable?
I think the exclamation "Blue Lives Matter" is less in support of the police rather than is a counter cry against Black Lives Matter, and so that's why I believe that it's not a fair representation. It's not meant to be in support of the police officers, and I think one of the reasons that that it stated isn't in support of the police because nobody was attacking the police. But, with Black Lives Matter, it's an expression that Black Lives Matter too. So.
Okay, thank you very much. I like your answers to the principles of the law, the presumption of innocence. Yes, absolutely. Okay. So you've never served as a juror before?
No, this is my first time.
Okay. Well, I'm really happy to see that you've always wanted to serve. I can tell you that I talk to juries all the time after they render their verdicts, and even though many of them did not want to do jury duty, they've all told me afterwards that they were really glad they had the chance to serve as a juror, and they stepped away with a renewed respect for our system of justice. So I'm happy to see that you are willing and looking forward to serving. Well, juror number 2, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. And the defense may proceed first.
Good morning, Mr. Wessel. My name is Earl Gray. I've already been introduced to you. I've read your questionnaire, and it is a quite thorough questionnaire, and I thank you for taking your time to answer that and appear here today. One of the first things I'm going to ask you, is there anything since you signed this questionnaire, you've answered the questions till today, that you would change on that questionnaire or that you would add to it? Okay, thank you. And is there something about you that is not contained in the questionnaire that you think maybe the lawyers in the courtroom should know about you in determining whether or not you would be a fair and impartial juror?
No.
Okay. You understand that the state, as the court has told you, has the burden of proof, and the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. Because of that, the state goes first. Would you not jump to any conclusions until you hear all of the evidence from the state and the defendant, before you decide this case?
No, I would not jump to conclusions.
Okay, you wait to hear all the evidence?
Wait until I heard all the evidence.
And just a couple of other questions. The judge has already touched upon it, but in one of the discussions, or maybe other discussions, you have discussed with other people the video of this case, correct?
Have I discussed the video?
Yes.
No, I haven't discussed it. I've seen a video when the news came out.
Okay, because what it may be misunderstood.
Well, and initially when it first came out, yeah, with a couple friends,
Yes.
when the video first came out back in April.
Yes, that discussion, would you be able to block that out of your mind and listen to the evidence that you hear and see in this case and decide the case on that and not what your friends told you or what you thought you saw in the video?
Yes, because when I was watching it in the video, that was me not assuming that I would be on a jury panel. Being on a jury panel, I would weigh the evidence, because my thoughts and opinions then, and from what I see in the court, actually has an effect, rather than just me sitting back and coming to a decision based on what I see on the news.
In the answers to questions about the justice system, you mentioned that, and I'll read this, I hope I read it correctly, all criminal justice systems that produce an outcome work. And you have an exclamation point. If the intention of the question is to ascertain whether I believe our criminal justice system consistently produces outcomes that are fair for all, I do not because people with greater access to superior legal resources will always have an advantage. And that was your opinion about the criminal justice system?
Yes.
All right. But you do understand, do you not, that in a criminal case, there is the plaintiff and there is the defendant. And the plaintiff in a criminal case is the state of Minnesota. And they have all of the money and power need be to attempt to convict somebody.
Yes.
So would you hold it against somebody that is standing up and fighting with that state and using all the power they have to try and equal the playing field with the state?
No.
right.
I wasn't referring to a specific case. I was referring to the system overall.
All right. Can you think of any reason why you would not be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Thank you.
All right, the state may proceed.
Excuse me. I'd like to talk with my counsel.
Oh, sure.
Co-counsel and Mrs. Potter. Sir, I was just corrected by my staff that I should not have used your name. I apologize for that. We pass this jury, Your Honor.
Okay. The state may proceed.
Good morning. Juror number 2, really in an impersonal way about, talking to you, but it's the way the system works to have, a jury like this. I'm going to refer to you as juror number 2. As you can see, it's a hard habit to break, but the right thing for you, really. So thank you, as the judge said, for being here. It is a lot of work, and we appreciate the questionnaire is lengthy. That's to help speed up this process here today. So hopefully I'll let us live up to that attempt anyway. My understanding, I'm curious about your job. Can you tell me a little bit about, somebody who has a BA and a master's, works for neurology?
In English?
In English,
yes.
yeah. Tell me a little bit about what you do, please.
I started working for medical associations back in Washington, D.C. I lived in Washington, D.C. for 16 years. I worked for the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and eventually worked my way into the publications department as an editor. So I'm a medical editor. And when I moved to Minnesota, one of the places I applied to was the American Academy of Neurology, where I work in evidence-based medicine. So I'm familiar with the concept of taking very subjective matter and trying to process that as objectively as possible.
So are you an editor, a writer? What?
I'm an editor.
Okay.
Yes.
Make you something of an analytical person?
I do, yes, personally. Yeah.
Sometimes editing things that, as your background in English says maybe technically written correctly, but maybe not something you agree with. Does that make sense?
No, I've never worked with content that really evokes an opinion. Either way, it's all fact-based. So
high-level neurology stuff, maybe.
Right.
But you are, reviewing other people's work. How long have you been? Well, since 2017. That particular
yeah,
work?
since approximately 2007.
Is that satisfying work?
I'm sorry.
Is that satisfying work?
It is.
And there was this list of questions. Do you strongly agree with this, strongly disagree with that? Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I assume you filled this out some time ago. So
I did.
if there's ever a time when you want to look at it to sort of refresh your recollection about it, just let me know or the court know. We can probably do that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure.
Can you speak a little bit more into the microphone?
I will try. I think with two of them here, I can do that.
Okay.
If there's a time when you don't remember for sure what you wrote, just let me or the judge know, and you could look at your questionnaire again if you want. You indicated that you strongly agree that the police in your community make you feel safe.
I do.
Yeah. So they're out there doing good work,
Correct.
and you don't agree with defunding the police.
I don't agree. No.
Is that because you want good police officers out there making you safe out on the streets?
I absolutely believe there's a need for a change, but I think defund the police sends a message, a negative message. I think it sends an emotionally loaded message rather than we need reform. It's let's just abolish them. So I don't agree with that message, and I don't agree with the approach that was taken to defund the police.
And so you support the work that good police officers do.
Yes.
But yet also, you certainly recognize that this case, involves a police officer, a former police officer. You can still be fair and impartial and decide the issues in this case without, being influenced unfairly by that opinion. Does that make sense?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, sometimes coming third means a lot of my questions have already been answered. So
Sure.
bear with me just a little
No,
bit.
that's all right.
May I have just a moment, please?
Yes, you may.
Juror number 2, thank you for your time. We would pass the jury for cause.
Okay. All right. Juror number 2, you are going to be on this jury. Okay? So we expect to start the trial on December 8th. If it doesn't start on that date, you will receive a call. You'll receive a call either way to confirm.
So I should just assume come in, unless I hear anything, I should come in on December 8th and be here well before 9 o'clock. Correct?
Right. The jury office is going to be calling you and giving you directions of where to go and what time.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
So thank you. Hello, juror number 4. Please have a seat. And you may remove your mask. Okay, juror number 4. One of the answers to the questions that you had on your questionnaire was that you had a very negative impression of the defendant, Kimberly Potter, and that you felt that she should have known the difference between her gun and her taser gun. And then you also indicated that you were neutral with respect to Dante Wright, that he was a father to a beautiful baby boy, and it's sad he left too soon. I guess my question is this. Under our system of justice, you are supposed to decide the case based solely on the evidence presented in court and on the law that I instruct you on. And bias, prejudice, or sympathy can't go into your decision as to whether or not the defendant or the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you going to be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your answer to question number 9, you indicated, I feel my community has been impacted negatively with all the looting going on and burning buildings. What were you referring to with respect to that? Was this after the Floyd case?
Yes, it was after I found out about the case. There was another. I lived in the Brooklyn Center area.
Could you speak into the mic?
I lived in the Brooklyn Center area at the time, and there happened to be another looting around the area that I stayed in, which was towards the case that you guys have now, and it was about the Black Lives Matter case as well. They related to that, so.
Okay. So you were living in Brooklyn Center at the time?
Yes.
Do you still live there?
No, not anymore.
Okay. And did you move because of the demonstrations?
I didn't move because of that. I just moved because of change of jobs.
Okay. And, obviously, you could make your decision based upon the evidence and the law and not on the basis of any potential demonstrations. Would you be able to do that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You did not respond to the question, I support defunding the police. The question, it's easy to miss these. So it's strongly disagree, somewhat disagree, no opinion, somewhat agree, and strongly agree. Or no opinion if you don't have one.
I don't have an opinion for it.
Okay. You also responded to the question, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty. And you indicated that you strongly agreed with that statement. Did you intend to have that response?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you also recognize that, there may be situations where decisions that they make on duty should be second-guessed?
Well,
Let me rephrase that. That was a bad question. Do you believe that law enforcement officers, should never be held accountable for what they do while on duty?
I believe they should be held accountable.
Your Honor, again, could you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I believe police officers should be held accountable for what they do on duty.
Okay, thank you. Juror number 4, do you think you could be fair and impartial in this case?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you can think of that we should know about you?
I guess I can say can relate to the person that was had passed away in this case. I'm a mother of 3.
You what?
I'm a mother of 3.
Okay. All right. But you indicated earlier that sympathy can't have anything to do with your decision as to whether or not the state's proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's natural. But when you're a juror, you need to focus on the evidence and the law.
Okay.
All right. The defense may proceed.
Good morning, juror number 4. We don't use your name, so it's not public. And I can take this off. I've read your juror questionnaire. It's quite thorough. Is there anything that you'd like to add to that today that you did not put in it back when you answered these questions?
I can't really remember what I wrote, so if you can.
Can't remember. Okay. Is there anything that's not in the questionnaire that the lawyers in this case should know about you in determining whether or not you could be a fair and impartial juror in this type of case? Anything else that we should know about your background that isn't in the questionnaire?
No.
No? Okay. And you answered the questionnaire, what was that, a couple months ago? Or-
Yes.
And you do remember how you answered it, correct?
Kind of. I don't know much about this case, so I just can answer only to what I know about it.
Well, let's go on then. You determined, based on what you knew then, that Miss Potter you're very negative towards her, is that correct?
Yes.
And you still hold that decision, right?
Yes.
And you're neutral with respect to the Mr. Wright, and you write that he was a father and had a beautiful baby boy, and it's sad that he left too soon, and you still stand by that, correct?
Yes.
And you watched the video 2 to 3 times, correct?
Mm-hmm.
For the court reporter's purpose, you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
It doesn't go, mhm.
Sorry.
Thank you. And then you're asked opinions regarding the justice system. And you're asked about, under our system of justice, a defendant is presumed innocent of the criminal charges against them. would you be able to follow this principle of law? And when you answered that, you had already answered that you're very negative towards the defendant, who was Kim Potter, correct?
Yes.
And you answered that question, no. You would not be able to presume her innocent. In other words, presume that she didn't do this. And by didn't do this, I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about the elements of the crime that the judge has given you already and will give you more at the end. So, would it be fair to say that not following this principle, I assume, is partially because you were very negative towards my client, Mrs. Potter, after seeing the video and whatever else you came in contact with before you answered these questions? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And then at the end, you want to serve as a juror in this case. You answered that question. It's an interesting case and would love to see how a police officer is convicted when committed a crime on duty or has made a mistake with severe consequences. Was that still your answer today?
Yes.
Your Honor, outside the presence of the juror, I'd like to
before? I apologize. We're having technical difficulties here. You're excused from this panel, but thank you very much. You don't have to go back upstairs, okay? So you can just leave, all right? But thank you so much for showing up. I appreciate you responding to the summons. Have a great rest of the day, okay?
Hello.
Please have a seat, and you may take your mask off while you're in the witness chair. Okay, so thank you for filling out the questionnaire. You provided very specific answers. It looks like you've read and seen a lot of news reports on this case, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and that you have developed certain impressions, somewhat positive, of defendant Kimberly Potter, and very negative on what you've heard, read, or seen about Daunte Wright. I guess my question is this. No matter what you've seen or heard in this case, would you be able to basically set that aside and recognize that you do have opinions and listen to the evidence in the case and follow the instructions of law that I give you, and base your decision solely on the evidence and the law as I give it to you?
I would do my best.
Okay. Can you tell me what difficulty you would have in doing that?
I've just read a lot of information about the what happened and what some of the other things that happened prior to the incident before I ever was notified about this summons. So I read the news and I follow a lot of what happens and what's going on.
Well, you're really well informed and have watched the news reports and read news reports on this. When there's nothing wrong with that, okay? I guess I'm not doing this very well, but I'm trying to determine whether or not, notwithstanding the opinions that you have and the impressions that you have about what happened, you can just look at what's presented in court and base your decision on what's presented in court as far as the evidence goes. For example, you indicated that you knew of some of the alleged crimes that were committed by Mr. Wright. Now, if that isn't in evidence in the case, you'll be instructed that you can't consider that in determining whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Will you be able to do that?
I'll do my best.
Okay. I guess I need to have you say something
Oh.
more positive than that, if you can.
I'm just trying to be honest. I've read a lot of information, and I don't want to mislead anyone. So that's why I said. I mean, I'm here doing my civic duty, and I do it kind of for my kids to show that this is what you do. But I've also, like I've said, I've read a lot of information, and I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm trying to not make up excuses or why not to come to jury duty. And like I said, I'm trying to set an example for my kids. So,
Well, you set a good example for your kids just by showing up. All right. You also indicated that our community is a mess because of these protests and that you don't feel safe in the city of Minneapolis anymore. Is that going to affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt?
no.
Okay. Now, you indicated your father-in-law is an attorney. Does he do criminal law?
He's a judge as well. He's retired now.
Oh, okay. Was
Yeah.
he a judge in Hennepin County?
No, in Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah. He was a state judge and then a federal judge.
All right.
And actually, I also forgot my cousin is a judge in Minnesota, and I forgot to put that in there. So,
And I take it that they both do criminal law.
she is more tax, and I don't think she's a judge now. I think she works at the U.
Okay. And your father-in-law, did you...
He did criminal. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a lot of contact with your father-in-law?
Oh yeah, he's coming to town next week. So yeah, when we were there Labor Day weekend, and we go there in the summer. That's my wife's from Michigan, so go back to visit.
And how long has he been on the bench?
Oh boy, probably 30 years.
Okay. Yeah, you stated that you've served on a jury in a criminal case in 1996 and 1997 in Hennepin here.
It was a civil case. If I put criminal, I misspoke. Civil.
Civil.
Yeah.
Now, there's a completely different burden of proof in a civil case. The burden of proof in a civil case is preponderance of the evidence, or more likely than not. And, of course, the criminal burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you forget everything you learned about the civil burden of proof and apply the criminal?
Yes.
Okay. In response to the question, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. I asked, would you be able to follow this principle? And you said you weren't sure.
Yes, I would.
You would. Okay, so you meant to say you would follow that
Yes.
principle. Okay. You coach youth hockey, and you indicated that it might be a hardship for you to serve because you coach youth hockey. Are
Yeah.
you the coach, or do you?
Yes. Yeah, assistant coach.
Okay. So there are other people that could coach these kids.
Yes.
Okay. for your honesty.
Okay.
All right, counsel?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Number 5. I have some follow-up questions for you on behalf of Ms. Potter. Mrs. Potter, I should say. The bottom line here is that you indicate on the last page of your questionnaire that you believe your civic duty is to be a juror if called. Is that right?
Yes.
And that your primary goal here is to set a good example for your kids,
Yes.
among other things. And I assume to be a good citizen for everyone. Is that right?
Well, more for my kids.
I'm sorry?
My kids more, but yes.
I assume both your kids are the hockey players?
Correct.
I take it from your questionnaire that you have some negative feelings about the riots that occurred after this incident. Is that right?
Correct.
And you feel not some hostility, but some concern about how the riots were handled. Am I right about that?
Correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I'm a rule follower. I believe that I respect private property and that you shouldn't be out destroying other people's property that they've worked really hard to get. I follow the laws, I follow the rules, and what has been going on in this state is very frustrating. I feel like some people, the law applies different to one person than another.
Well, tell me a little bit more about that, if you would.
I just can't, the things I read about that happens and I don't see anything happening to people is very frustrating. I can't leave my car in my driveway with any valuables in it anymore because people are going through our neighborhoods and taking stuff from our cars.
Is it a part of your frustration that these people aren't being arrested?
I think they are, but I don't think they're being prosecuted or they get out on bail. Right. I feel like they're not afraid of the consequences, and I am. That's part of why I'm here today, because I respect the law, and I just know that I think I would be. I just respect the law, so that's why I'm here.
Then you'll be a good juror. It's not for you to say, I suppose, but you'll try the best you can. That's all we can expect of anyone, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And you had a positive, somewhat positive impression of Officer Potter, according to your questionnaire?
I appreciate what police officers do to protect our society. To what they do, it's a tough job. I work with them in my job. I work in road construction, and we have state patrols on our jobs, and they do a great job keeping our workers safe, keeping the job safe. They're great people that have a tough job.
So you've had positive experiences with all law enforcement officials, it sounds.
Correct.
And you indicate it's important for someone who's pulled over by a law enforcement official to follow orders and directions. Fair enough?
Correct.
You still feel that way?
Correct.
You'd have no trouble presuming Officer Potter innocent of the offenses that she's been charged with, right?
Yeah, correct. The way the way the court system's set up, correct.
And I take it you don't support the defunding movement, defunding the police departments, is that correct?
Correct.
For the reasons you've stated.
Correct.
Anything else?
No, that's to me is the number one purpose of government is to protect and the justice system and follow our laws equally.
One of the interesting parts of your questionnaire is that you have pepper spray in your household.
Correct.
Tell us about that, would you?
It's just a precautionary thing with everything that's been happening.
Did you buy it recently?
Correct.
After the riots, or give us a time frame?
We also have guns too, but after seeing what's happens when you use a gun, the pepper spray seems like maybe a better first choice if someone does something to our house, comes into our home.
Do you have one can and other people in your family have the other cans, or just one?
No, we have them in our vehicles, in our house.
Can you believe in a second?
Yeah, it's too bad.
I'm sorry?
It's pretty sad that that's what we have to do now.
One of the things you were reluctant about for this case was to look at the photographs. Can you tell me more about that? Are you talking about the photographs of an autopsy or photographs of the scene, or what are you referring to there?
I just really don't want to see that.
Well,
It would be very disturbing to me. I don't want to see that or be part of that.
well, if you're picked for the jury, there are going to be a few photographs shown. I mean, that's kind of the way it is.
Yeah.
You can see those, though, can't you? And if you're obligated to see it, you got to see it.
I don't want to.
Well, I don't think anyone wants to see autopsy pictures, frankly. But it is a part of a case like this, so can you look at them?
I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to look at pictures of a body that's gone. I mean, it's not pleasant. I mean, it's just something you have to do, though. Would you agree?
Correct.
And your spouse is in healthcare?
Correct.
What is she? What does she do?
Pharmaceutical sales.
Despite, I think Judge Chu talked to you about this, but despite your opinions about things, you certainly are able to do your civic duty here and be fair to everybody, aren't you?
Correct.
Can I pause for a second, Your Honor?
Yes.
We pass number 5, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. State may proceed.
Could we be heard quickly? I don't know how to break the equipment.
Mr. Frank?
Juror number 4, good morning. I'm sorry, 5, yeah, I'm losing count. I apologize, first of all, for impersonally referring to you by number only. It's just the way we're doing it in this case, so forgive me for that. I really appreciate you being as candid as you are. I think it's, I appreciate that one of the messages you're trying to send your children is the importance of being here for jury duty, but also being candid about it, right? And you've told us a lot of things, and that you really feel strongly about. And I mean, in your questions about Black Lives Matter, you called it a Marxist communist organization.
Correct.
Pretty strong opinion, right? I mean, what did you mean by that?
That's what they are. They are Marxist communists. That's their primary goal, is to convert this country into that.
And I assume you don't want to be converted into that type of a country.
Correct.
And you think that this group is sort of leading that charge under the guise of Black Lives.
Correct.
And that's part of what's creating some of the problems that you've been telling us about, right? People not following the law, people looting and rioting, stealing, right?
Correct.
And it seems like sort of it's sort of an us versus them, right? Like they're trying to convert this country into something you don't want it to be.
Correct.
And and that causes you enough concern to arm yourself
Correct.
and to get pepper spray, because I wasn't quite sure what you had said about, while you have had guns, you've also gotten pepper spray. Can you kind of explain that to me, please?
Because if you use a gun, you're going to get in a lot of trouble, even though it was for self-defense. So if you can use pepper spray first.
And you talked about sort of the law applying differently to some people than others, right?
Correct.
And is this sort of a symptom of this problem that you're seeing, this sort of us versus them? That there's this group that the law isn't being applied to equally.
Correct.
You're a law follower, they're not.
Correct.
And that's, how much of a race issue is that for you?
Zero. It's some people can do things and they aren't charged with it, and other people they are, and it really depends what political views you have, in my opinion.
And does it, obviously Black Lives Matter, by its very name, it is an organization that uses race, correct?
Correct.
And they're part of the problem here in creating this sort of us versus them.
No, I would disagree.
Why is that?
I think the law is applied differently to different people, and that's where the issue is.
Okay. And the one way it's applied differently is it doesn't apply sometimes, in your mind at least, fairly to people who commit crimes.
Correct.
And, number 5, one of the things I was, not everybody is right for every jury, right? One of the reasons we go through this process is to make sure that, we take people who just aren't right for this case and have them serve jury duty on some other case. Do you see what I mean?
Correct.
And, here obviously you have a young black male victim, right? And you told us before, honestly, before you got the jury summons, understandably, you had read a lot about him. So you know the things that the media reports he's been alleged to have done, right?
Correct.
And, he's not on trial here for those things. You believe that he's gotten away with some things. He hasn't been held accountable for those things.
Correct.
Yeah. And it's sort of part of the problem. I think you mentioned in your questionnaire that can't believe he was out in the streets, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And you have a situation where he allegedly wasn't cooperating with a police officer, right?
Correct.
And you think that's wrong, and that's part of why you have a negative view of him, right?
Can I comment more? Or?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
I think if he would have listened to the directions, he would still be with us.
And that's an opinion that you hold pretty firmly because of all that you learned about the case before.
That's what I teach my kids. That's what I do myself when I've been pulled over. I follow the directions.
Yeah. I'm not criticizing you for having gained information, and
I got it all way before I was summons.
I completely understand that.
So I have not read new things since, because I'm literally a square and follow the rules, but I've read a lot before I got my summons.
You've had jury duty once before. It was a civil case, right?
Correct.
Do you remember what? Well, let me just ask you this: as the judge said, the two burdens of proof are quite a bit different.
Correct. It was a lot different experience than this.
And the judge asked you, can you put that aside, put all that you've learned and read and the opinions that you have aside, and you said you would do your best.
Correct.
And we appreciate that. We really do. How do you think, I guess what I'm getting at is, we do want your kids to appreciate, and please don't take offense that I'm including your children. I think it's a very valid point that you raised. But isn't it also a worthwhile issue for your kids, being honest here? You're under oath, you want to follow the oath that the court put you under, right? And you said that you would do your best. How do you know now that you would be able to do that? How do you know now that after sitting through weeks of trial, you would be able to put that aside? Or are you telling the judge you just don't know right now?
Yeah, that would be correct.
You indicated you respect the law, and that's why you're here. Again, I appreciate that. We, as lawyers, really do appreciate it when people respond to jury duty. It's a critical part of this system, right, to function properly. And part of that is having jurors we know can be fair and impartial. And it sounds to me like what you're saying is you're not sure you can do that in this case.
I do my best.
But you would agree that you've made some impressions based on what you've read about Mr. Wright that you still hold today. They're going to be very difficult to get out of your head.
Correct.
Yeah, may we address the court again, please?
Yes. Thank you for your candor. You're going to be excused from this panel.
Okay.
You don't have to go back upstairs, all right? So,
Or, you mean back downstairs, or?
yeah, you don't have to go back downstairs. So, you're done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Let's see, we should probably take a break. All right, council, we're taking our morning break. It'll be 20 minutes, so we'll start again at 10 after 11. is council ready for juror number 6? All right. Thank you, Deputy. Okay, hello, juror number 6. Yes, you can sit right there. And would you please remove your mask?
Okay.
Okay, how are you doing today?
Fine.
Okay, good. All right. I do have a couple follow-up questions on your questionnaire.
Okay.
Okay. You indicated that you have a very negative impression of Kimberly Potter and also a very negative general impression of Dante Wright. You didn't elaborate on why you had a very negative
I don't know how I
opinion.
answered that way. I guess I didn't want to. I wanted to say that it's equal. I mean, not necessarily negative, I guess.
Your Honor, could the jury use the microphone, please?
Oh, yes, there's a microphone.
I answered that, but going back, I didn't elaborate on it. I wanted to get my questionnaire back, but I guess I was feeling more like there's maybe evidence on both sides that you could maybe argue about, if it was, I don't know. I would say it's equally.
Okay. The big thing is one of the things that we want jurors to do is to keep an open mind.
Right.
Until they've heard all the evidence and not be leaning one way or the other on whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you do that?
I can.
Okay. And that would be notwithstanding any initial impressions that you have of either Mr. Wright or...
No, and I really don't. I mean,
Okay.
I guess I maybe answered it the same for both because I really don't.
Gotcha. Are you willing to serve on this jury?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to elaborate on your answer to the question, do you believe that the jury system in this country is a fair system? Why or why not?
I think that not always. You know, you hear about cases where the person's found guilty and later on you have more evidence comes up, or I don't know. I've never served on a jury before, so.
Okay. Do you believe that our criminal justice system works?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You indicated in your answer, not always, it was equity issues. Could you explain that answer?
And what was the question?
Do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? Not always equity issues. I think I know what you mean, but could you tell me what you mean?
I think sometimes the jury may not be real balanced, I guess is maybe what I would say. In terms of background or race or...
It may not be as diverse.
Right.
You mean?
No.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you would find it difficult for you to evaluate graphic photographs or video, including photos and video of a person who has died. Obviously nobody wants to look at those types of photographs, but if you were chosen to be a juror in this case, would you be able to do it?
I could.
Okay. It is natural not to want to, but you.
Right.
But if it was your duty, you
Any
would.
image that you see stays with you, so. Okay, sorry. What I was saying is that when you look at, photos or video, that image stays with you, and when it's something like somebody being killed, that's pretty graphic, and I wouldn't choose to if I didn't have to, but I could.
Okay. And in response to the question, is there anything else I and the attorney should know about you in relation to serving on this jury? You said my concern is that I will be overcome with emotion. I've been treated for depression and anxiety. My daughter passed away. I'm so sorry about that. Difficult time of the year. First of all, I'm very sorry for the
And
loss of your daughter.
she passed away on New Year's Day, coming up on 2 years.
Okay.
So our family is still grieving, but
Right. My question is whether or not you're going to be so upset about that to the extent that you'd be unable to concentrate on what's going on in court.
I don't think that would be a problem to concentrate. I just don't know if it's typical for jurors to get emotional,
Okay.
And I wouldn't be emotional about my own personal, but that's kind of where my mind is, and, if...
It's understandable, for sure. It's understandable to be upset and to still be upset about your daughter's death. My concern here is to try to determine whether or not, given your emotional state and the fact that it's 2 years from the date this happened, that you would be so consumed with emotion that you wouldn't be able to pay attention to the evidence as it came in.
Well, I mean, I go through day to day and am able to manage taking care of myself. I live alone, taking care of various things, even though that's kind of in the background. But I guess if I can do that, I feel like I could hold it together.
Okay. And life goes on. Okay. Do you think you could be fair and impartial to both sides in this
I really
case?
do.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a retired teacher, and one of my students told me one time that I'm strict but fair.
Okay. Those are two good things. All right. Mr. Ng?
Good morning.
Morning.
I have a few follow-up questions for you on behalf of Officer Potter,
Okay.
and then the state will follow me, and then you'll be done.
All right.
Okay. In the first part of your questionnaire, you have a long narrative of what the case was about. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And you indicate remembering something about Officer Potter shouting, "Taser, taser, taser."
Yeah, and shout. Yeah.
Did you get that from the tape or the video that you saw, or did you get that from reading?
I don't know if it was like a TV news. I'm not sure. Or it could have been something I heard on, NPR or something. I don't remember where I heard it.
Did those 3 words have an impact on you when you wrote them down
really,
again?
when I first heard about this, my reaction was, how could this happen? And that's kind of where I'm still at, And this trial maybe will clarify some of those things.
Well, let me tell you that if you're selected,
Yes.
Officer Potter will testify and tell you what
Right.
she remembered
Right.
happened.
Yes.
So you will know, not just from the video, but from the officers at the scene and Officer Potter herself, what was occurring.
Yes.
I take it you'd be quite interested in hearing what she had to say,
Yes.
and you would be willing to wait for her.
Yes.
The state goes first, they have the burden, of course. We go second, just the nature of the organization of a trial. But we have something to say here, too.
Right.
You'll wait for her. You also indicated in your narrative that Mr. Wright had been involved in a shooting that left the victim mentally and physically disabled.
Yeah, I heard that someplace too. But I understand, given that, I understand that he is not on trial, and that can't be even talked about, can it? Like in a trial?
Well,
like
it's
this?
up to the judge on what is evidence and what
Okay.
isn't evidence. You're bound to listen just to the evidence that
Right,
is presented
right.
here. You're good to go with that idea.
Yeah, I understand that, he is not on trial here. That is not what this is about.
But you're willing to evaluate his conduct and what he was doing that day as well.
I guess. I mean, that's a piece of it,
This happened in 12 seconds, basically.
Right.
And it's everybody's perception matters, and what everybody did mattered. You'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Fair enough? Yeah.
Yes.
Our concern is with your last sentence. According to sources, Potter had been training and hadn't been performing active duty assignments. What did you mean by that?
That's just something else that I heard in the news, that she hadn't been in that, and maybe that's not accurate. I don't know.
Have you heard of the phrase a field training officer, FTO? Do you know that phrase?
I
at all?
don't know.
Well, the next question I have is the one that Judge Chu asked you about, that you had a negative, very negative impression of her. And of course, we're concerned about that because we represent Officer Potter. And
I can't explain
you've got
now.
to help me with this a little bit.
I don't know if it was just more of a reaction to the incident that I felt negatively about that. I don't know what kind of mindset I had when I answered that way, because I did it for both the victim and so.
You said that she acted impassively. I don't think it's impassively. It's do you remember the word you used?
Could you read what it says?
Impulsively?
Impulsively? Yeah.
I think it's
maybe that's
impulsive. It's hard to read.
it. Right.
Okay. Do I have that word? I think that's right, isn't it?
Right.
Okay. And why did you say that?
Well, because I just think in the heat of an exchange like that, that she just automatically reached. Here's what I was thinking, is that if a person is right-handed, would you think that, in the heat of things, she would just naturally use her right hand and not have time to really process that it's, maybe not the weapon that she meant?
Yeah. And you would agree that the situation was frenetic and quick. You had made decisions. Everyone had to make decisions quite quickly.
Right.
And later in the same page, you say you still didn't understand how something like this could have happened.
Yeah,
Okay, and is that kind of where you are?
I am, yeah.
And if you realize the nature of the trial is our attempt to explain
Exactly.
why this happened, and you're again willing to listen to us,
Right.
because we will present testimony as to the why.
Yes.
I just have a couple more. There's this one chart on page 7 where you had to strongly agree and strongly disagree. Do you remember this one?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you where you check marked a couple things for you. One of the questions was, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you say you strongly disagree.
Well, I think read the question again. What was
Yeah. Because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty.
it? Well, I do disagree with that, because if they're trained, then, they would, a lot of police incidents happen, and you wonder why they do that. Is it their training?
So you're willing to second guess, but you're also willing to listen to the training that they receive
Right.
and how confusion could happen.
Yes.
And another question was at the end, people today do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. And you say somewhat agree.
Yes.
Talk to me about that one.
I guess, like I said too, I don't know, depending on, our people profile, are they being fair when they detain you for some reason? Is it, I know they have a dangerous job, but I just think that, I don't know, I just think that they are supposed to be able to handle themselves.
Well, do you believe police officers should arrest people who have arrest warrants out for them?
Yes.
And you said also that black people and other minorities do not receive equal treatment to whites in the criminal justice system, and you strongly agreed with that.
Yes.
That's kind of what you've touched on with Judge Chu. And you still feel that way, of course?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any prejudice, though, because Officer Potter's white in this
No.
case,
I don't.
and Mr. Wright was black, and he was arrested on a warrant? Do you have any prejudgment in that respect?
No.
Then you had a strong opinion about firearms. You said that there's a need for restricting the use of firearms to ex-convicts and mentally ill. Tell us a little bit more about that one.
I am just really anti-gun, I guess you would say. I think there's so many people right now that are buying guns. You never really know what you're up against, especially if you're in law enforcement. I've shot a gun, I think, one time about 50 years ago, but I've never owned a gun or hunted or anything. So
I take it you believe in the permitting process that.
I'm sorry?
Do you believe in the permitting process that if someone wants to?
I do, but I think that laws need to be looked at as far as, what should be legally sold as a firearm. Not the automatic or semi-automatic guns don't really need that for protection or hunting. So,
How about handguns? How do you feel about
handguns,
those?
I have kind of negative view about that too.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I just, no, I don't like handguns either.
But you do believe someone should have a permit to have one?
Well, I believe that in certain, if you work in maybe a high crime or live in a high crime area, I can understand that, or, in some ways, I can see why you would want that handgun, but most of the time, I don't see the point of it. I think they're cause more death and injury than if they didn't. So.
You have 3 kids.
I do.
I'm sorry, the one daughter passed. Is that-
Right. I have 4.
4. I'm
So I
sorry.
have,
What do they do? If you could tell me.
my oldest daughter works for Merck in Boston, Merck Pharmaceuticals. She has a PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology. My 3rd daughter is an engineer.
Is what? I'm sorry.
An engineer, an electrical engineer, and my youngest daughter works for Allianz. So they're all math science kids.
A couple more questions. I said that a few minutes ago, but I'm almost done. You said, no, I believe role and social status contribute to the unfairness of the criminal justice or the jury system.
I do.
Okay. In this case, though, we're going to be fighting for Officer Potter,
Of course.
and you realize our role in doing that, in representing her and being her voice.
Yes.
And there's nothing unfair to her in litigating the case and pleading not guilty, is there? And she has a right to be here,
Of course. Yep.
and you'll listen to what we have to say, regardless of social status and race.
Right.
A couple more questions then, and I do mean it this time. The last question of the questionnaire was, do you want to be a juror in the case? You say yes, and you want to fulfill your civic duty, which I think we understand. You have an interest in true crime.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I just watch a lot of true crime. Any true crime thing you see on cable, cold case files, investigation ID. I watch all those shows. It's very interesting.
And of course, this is the real deal here.
Yes, I know.
It's a lot different. I realize this is a difficult time of year for you, and this is a death case, of course, and and I don't want to ask any questions about your daughter's passing, but it's not involved in anything like this case, I assume?
No, she died of breast cancer.
Okay. I'm sorry I asked, but I have to ask the question.
Yeah.
May I have a moment? We pass this juror. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything? Can I go?
You are, okay. You will be a juror on this case. Okay. So we're going to start on December 8th.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about the state. The state gets to ask you questions too.
Okay.
Excuse me, I forgot about you, Mr. Frank. Go ahead.
Happens all the time, yeah. It doesn't. And juror number 6, I apologize for calling you by number. It's just the way we're doing it in this case, so please forgive us for that. And I'm not going to tell you, I have just a couple of questions.
Okay.
Because I know you won't believe it if I say so.
Okay.
But of course, I come third now, so I probably don't have as many questions as you do, as the others have already asked many of them. Can you tell me a little bit about? Hold on just a second. You're currently retired, correct?
Yes.
Congratulations. Tell me what you did before you retired.
I was a special ed teacher in the Osseo, Maple Grove, Brooklyn Park area schools.
How old were your students?
I actually had been in elementary and high school. My last 5 years was at the high school.
And so how long did you do that?
I started my teaching career when I was 50. So I taught that, and then I also taught part-time English language to immigrants.
Okay. When did you do that before?
I did that at the same time, actually. I did that 2 nights a week in addition to my teaching job.
Okay. Did you like doing that?
I did, very much.
So starting teaching at 50 would be a challenge, I think.
Yeah.
So,
Even more so now, I think.
Yeah. And how's retirement? Are you enjoying it?
Well, not what I expected. Like I said, we've had some family, grieving, but then that came right as COVID. So I'd planned to travel, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
And a tough couple of years.
Yes.
And I, like everybody else, deep condolences on your daughter's loss. All of us that work in this field understand somewhat about what anniversaries mean and how significant they can actually be. So we don't want to diminish that in any way, but I think you've probably already been asked, and it sounds like you feel that you can, commit to this if you were selected as a juror, knowing that anniversary is coming up, and grieving really always goes on, doesn't it? Mr. Eng mentioned that you had some questions about how could this happen, and he indicated to you that Ms. Potter's going to tell you what she remembers about it. Now, if she does that, are you going to just simply believe what she said, or are you going to evaluate her testimony like any other witness?
I would evaluate it, I think, like any other witness.
And do you understand that? Obviously, she's not going to be the only witness in this case.
Right.
And Mr. Eng told you that, for instance, this all happened in 12 seconds. And I guess because you've been a teacher, you're probably going to be okay with me telling you this, but you have to answer with yes or no.
Okay.
Because the court reporter has to take everything down. It's one of those things that, it's a hard habit to break.
Yeah.
But we just have to make sure that the words show up in the transcript later. So if I interrupt you and tell you that, that's simply why. But Mr. Eng said, this all happened in 12 seconds. You understand that may be one position on this?
I think that's a factor for sure. I really feel for any law enforcement because things can happen just so quickly.
And do you understand that if there's evidence in this case that really the basis for the crime extends well beyond Mr. Eng's 12 seconds? Do you understand that may happen?
Say that again?
That the circumstances involved in this case go well beyond those 12 seconds.
Okay, like the before and after.
Certainly before. One of the things you mentioned earlier is training. Yes? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to have testimony in this case about training. And that's going to be part of the evidence you'll hear as well. Yes?
Yes.
And are you going to evaluate that evidence as part of all the evidence in the case?
Yes.
And you talked about, in response to some of Mr. Eng's questions, having to make decisions quickly.
Yes.
And if there's evidence about officers being trained to make decisions in those circumstances
Yes.
over decades, you'll evaluate that evidence as well.
Yes.
And that making those decisions have to be made in accordance with the law. You'll hear evidence about that.
Yes.
You'll evaluate all of that evidence as well.
Yes.
You've been asked a couple times about the very negative and very negative.
Yeah.
And
Yes. Yes.
I think I'm getting to an understanding of that. Is it fair to say that what you're telling us is it's not really personal,
No.
it's just
No.
somebody's dead?
Yeah. Just the circumstances around the whole thing.
Right. And obviously you have some sympathy for a young man who was killed
Of course.
and an officer who made those
Yes.
actions.
Yes.
And as you sit here today, can you tell the court that you can set aside those impressions, those feelings, and decide the case based solely on the evidence presented to you in court?
Yes.
You indicated that you had gained some information about Mr. Wright's past before this occurred.
Yes.
And you indicated that that can't be talked about, and Mr. Eng was absolutely right. We don't tell you what the law is.
Right.
The judge will
Yes.
tell you what the law is. But if you hear no evidence about that in this case, you understand that you have to set aside any of that prior knowledge.
Of course. I know that the victim is not on trial.
And in fact, the things you've heard about have never been proved that you know of.
Exactly. And you can only get so much information wherever you look,
I assume as a teacher and a parent,
Yes.
you've had two people tell you different versions of what happened.
Yes.
And you have to sometimes make decisions based on what you're told.
I think you have to do your fact checking, you have to check your facts.
Yeah. And when you do that, do you want to take into consideration everything that you can about what actually happened?
Yes.
Like I said, sometimes my questions have already been asked, so I'm trying not to duplicate. forgive me for not knowing this, but you have family members in the military. Had.
I have my brother was in the Marines. He went to Vietnam.
And your father was in the Army, maybe?
My father was in the Army.
What do you, how do you feel about their service?
Well, my dad was stateside during World War II, so I don't really know a lot about that. My brother was wounded in Vietnam. I think he had a real hard time adjusting when he got back.
Yeah, so many did. Did they, has that improved at all?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. It's tough. Did they, well, I suspect your brother not so much, have a favorable, did they like being in the military? Was that an important part of their lives?
Did my brother like being in the military?
Either one.
You know what? He was very young. I mean, he left before high school graduation, and he was only there for, I think, 2 years. And we haven't really talked a lot about it.
Okay. So, did your father talk much about his military experience?
No, I think he taught insurance or something. He had very not so military kind of a job when he was in the Army.
Yeah. So, other than your brother's ongoing memories of it, were either of them really involved in the military, or was it just short time in and out?
I think it was short time in and out.
If you can excuse me just for a moment, Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Not to kind of go back to, well, this is going to be kind of a similar question.
Okay.
There are two questions in the questionnaire, one about Black Lives Matter and one
yes.
about Blue Lives Matter.
Yes.
And you checked somewhat favorable for both.
Right. Yes.
Just describe for us what you mean.
Well, I mean, the peaceful demonstrations I thought were fine, but there was also a lot of, violence during these protests where people were even, killed. So, I guess that's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay. And saying the same thing about Blue Lives Matter, do you remember?
Yeah. Blue Lives Matter, yes, but I guess when you see certain times when they maybe don't use such good judgment and someone gets hurt, I think they matter, but everybody matters, right?
And nothing about that would not allow you to look critically at the conduct of a police officer in a situation if you were selected as a juror.
Yes, yeah,
You could do that.
yes.
And, this issue about, obviously, we've gone through a lot of demonstrations and protests and riots over the last couple of years. Were you personally affected?
No.
How did you think about, or what did you think about those things going on?
I think that the people who were really, really had a passion for, Black Lives Matter and were there to, protest some of these things, I absolutely support that. But it's just that some of the instigators to that violence kind of got intermingled with them. And so,
Yeah. So do you think, there's a legitimate purpose for some of this, right? Demonstrations and,
right.
can good things come of that?
Yes,
But then, of course, we've also seen some of the bad side, right?
yes.
There had been some similar activity, I guess you could say, after Mr. Wright's death in Brooklyn Center.
Yes.
Anything about that sticks in your mind to this day?
No.
Would you be able to set all of that aside, decide this case based on the evidence and not kind of all that other stuff going on outside?
Yes.
And that's not evidence of what
Right.
happened.
That's not, has nothing really to do with this particular.
Thank you, Juror 6. Your Honor, we would pass the juror for cause.
Okay. You will be on this jury. Okay. You'll be called. As I indicated before, we expect to start December 8th at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
But you'll receive a phone call confirming where you are to report and the exact time.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So have a wonderful rest of the day.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, hello, juror number 7. Please have a seat. And would you please remove your mask?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, just a couple of follow-up questions. Thank you for filling out the questionnaire. All right, you were asked a number of questions about what you knew about the case or what you recall seeing in the media. And you were asked also what your general impression of Defendant Potter was, and you indicated somewhat negative. Can you explain why you feel that way?
So I know I definitely saw the video a few times, especially initially, and with the flurry of excitement, there was a lot of things like, just everyone throwing out their opinions, whether on the internet or social situations.
Robert, could you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, please. I guess maybe I should start right away. I don't want to do myself a disservice here. I work overnights and I have not slept yet, so I'm almost at my 24 hours awake. So just a heads up, if I seem a little despondent or weird, that is why. I do feel good energy-wise, but just cognitively, I feel like I'm slipping a bit right now. But in regards to the question here, so I did see the video initially a few times, like when it was released. There was a flurry of excitement surrounding it, like a lot of people throwing out their opinions on it. You know, looking at the video, like I have not seen it in a long time, and it did seem like it was kind of clear what happened, but also at the time when I was filling out that questionnaire, I didn't really know what the charges would be or what we would be looking at. I don't want to like pat myself too much on the back here, but I do feel like I am somebody that is open to new information and willing to change any opinions that I might have upon initial reaction. And so when I was answering that questionnaire, I feel like I was just sharing my initial reaction to it. And as of like right now, the video's not fresh in my head. You know, I'm open to new information and seeing things from a new light. So I would not say that I do have a negative opinion on it per se. I just like, you know, the video does like show a sequence of events for sure. But I do know that there's nuances and gray areas to situations, and I'm not going to throw those out the window and discredit it just because of, I don't know, initial excitement around a video. So.
Okay. Well, what we need to have you do here is, notwithstanding what initial reactions you had and initial opinions you formed regarding this case, that you would concentrate on the evidence that is in the form of testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits that are admitted in evidence, and base your decision solely on that. Can you do that?
Yes, I do believe so. Yeah, confidently I can say that. I really like what you said to us when we were sitting over there about that, about how we're not coming necessarily to a judgment of like what the outcome should be. We're literally just looking at the facts and seeing if they're valuable and viable. So,
Okay, thank you. By the way, what job do you have?
So I'm an operations manager at Target. So I got like a team of about 110 people that I manage. And I work overnights, so I do 4 o'clock to 7 a.m., just Saturday, Sunday through Monday. So that's today, Tuesday, is usually my zombie Tuesday where I catch up on sleep. So
Okay.
yeah.
Now, of course, if you're chosen as a juror in this case, we would be doing the trial during the day. Are you able to take time off to sit as a juror here?
Yes, I have already talked to HR just a little bit, just to see what my options are, and they do like have leave options available for jury duty specifically, and my bosses are very in tune and attuned to me and like my own like needs and stuff, so they'll be pretty accommodating.
Okay. So you won't have to work overnight if you're chosen
No,
as
yeah,
a
it
juror.
sounds like I should be fine. Like I know my mentor at that job, he was called for jury duty, and they just didn't have him work for that entire period. So I'm anticipating that would be the same situation for myself if that's what happens. So.
You stated that your cousin is a former police officer and her husband is a current police officer. Where are they police officers?
So I know they both, or at least my cousin was in Douglas County, and then she eventually became a DNR agent, and I believe that is what she's currently doing right now. Her husband, I want to say Carver County. I could be wrong. I'm not too sure. I'm not very close with him. I don't know. Should I disclose his name?
No.
Okay. Oh, that's right. No names. Yeah. So, yeah, we're just cousins. Yeah.
In the introductory portion of the trial, when I brought you all in and asked you general questions, are you going to be, even though you have relatives that are in law enforcement, are you going to be able to judge their credibility just like you would any other witness?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
People are just people.
You stated that your friend was mugged while, I can't read your writing there.
Oh yeah, I do not have good handwriting.
Okay.
Yeah, I do not remember every question.
Walking, I think it's
walking. Yeah. So I know my friend was mugged walking home. I'm not sure what the question was asked exactly. I know he didn't really receive much help in that situation, but I also do understand that a lot of that, like, there isn't much help that can be done.
Okay.
And we're just one-off mugging. So.
All right, so when did this happen and were the police called?
Ooh, I want to say this was like 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, and you know, I'd have to ask him, but I'm pretty sure he did call the cops and they just took some information, and that was like kind of the end of it. So.
Okay. They never found the culprit?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said that you were somewhat unsatisfied with how the police responded.
Yeah.
What more do you think they should have done?
Well, like, thinking about it now, like, I don't know if there is more that they could have done, just with like the limited nature of details that my friend could have even provided, you know, like, and I feel like that's not something I should really be speaking of, or probably should have included in the questionnaire, because I'm not the individual involved. I don't know if the police officers pulled security cameras or anything like that, so I probably shouldn't have even included that in the questionnaire.
Okay.
So.
Is there anything about that incident that's going to make you feel like you should not sit as a juror in this case?
No.
All right. And you're not going to hold that against any police officers that testify, am I correct?
No. Again, I'm not quite sure what that question is, or was, but like, I've definitely had situations where the police force was very accommodating and very helpful. So, like, you know.
Okay. You've had training or experience handling a taser. What type of training and experience have you had?
So I went through firearm safety, and then I did previously briefly own a taser, but not quite a taser, just like a little stun gun. So my training was very minimal. Probably would have been about 12 to 14 years old. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't know anybody that's ever been shocked or stunned by a taser?
No.
Okay. So you had it when you were 14?
Oh, yeah, I think I was like 14 around the time I did it, yeah.
Do you presently own a taser?
No.
Okay.
No.
Are you willing to serve as a juror on this case?
Yes. Yeah.
There is a question here that you can't read, watch, or listen to news accounts of the trial. You're not to talk to anybody about the case. You're not to post anything on social media or elsewhere. And the question is, would you find it difficult to follow these instructions for any reason? And the response that you had on the questionnaire was, no, I don't believe so. Can you tell me that you won't do it?
Yes, I will not do it. My only really social media that I use will be very easy for me to just delete off my phone, and then, yeah.
Okay.
There's not going to be any issues with that.
All right, thank you.
I understand how serious this is.
In response to one question that states, is there any other reason that you could not be a fair and impartial juror in the case? You said that I am slightly distrustful of cops. I believe they have an incredibly hard job, but I believe they should be held to the highest standard of scrutiny. Now, there is probably going to be testimony concerning what a reasonable police officer would do under the circumstances. Can you apply those standards and not any higher standard that you believe that cops should be held to?
Yes, and I can see how my language there is a little, yeah. But yes.
Okay.
I think the main point I was trying to get at there is that, like, people are people, and I don't think that a badge should, like, exclude you from consequences to actions potentially. Yeah, just like the other side of that coin is also, like, you know, like, shouldn't trust somebody just because there's a badge there either, you know. So.
All right, thanks. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rasmussen.
Good afternoon.
I'm Earl Gray. I'm a lawyer for Kim Potter, and that's Paul Ang. We were introduced by the court early on. I'm going to ask you a few questions about your questionnaire, not many.
Yeah.
And our goal is to find a fair and impartial juror for our client, Ms. Potter. One of the questions I have is, since you answered this questionnaire a couple months ago, was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And since that time, is there any new information you would have included in this questionnaire that you can think of?
When I filled out that questionnaire, I was definitely rushing. I filled it out like the day before it was supposed to get sent out. So anything I would have done differently would have just taken a little more time with it. But no new information per se. I have not looked up the case or looked up any more details or been discussing it with anyone. So I haven't, if anything, I've unlearned information just by it, like, you know, not seeing the video and it not being fresh in my mind anymore. So.
Okay. Besides this questionnaire and the questions that were asked by the court, is there any other information that we didn't include in the questionnaire that you would think would be pertinent to us?
I felt like the questionnaire was pretty in-depth. I felt like it covered a lot of topics. I did not finish it thinking, oh, is that it? Or anything like that. So no.
Okay. One of the questions on page 13, and I think the judge has already asked you about this a little bit. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs. Now, what that means, of course, is that the multiple times that you watch this video, they have to be set aside. And that's sort of a legal fiction because it's extremely difficult to do. Would you attempt to do that and set that aside?
Yes, definitely.
And then not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. And with that regard, you answer, I would try my very best at least. Would you involve your bias or passion or prejudice or sympathy in your decision making in this case?
No, I know bias is a real thing that everyone holds, and I will actively do my best to not, like, lean into that at all. And I know, like, the judge's words to us when we were sitting over there, like, really helped clarify, like, what my responsibilities as a juror would be, which is not something I was super clear of filling out that questionnaire. So.
Okay. And with respect to the 15-hour overnights, you answered that to the court. I wasn't quite clear. Is it going to happen now if you're selected on this jury and you're called back on the 8th that they will change, Target Corporation will change a work schedule for you so you don't have to work a 15-hour night and come in here on a Tuesday without sleep?
My job has been very accommodating. I
That
believe
doesn't
that.
answer the question.
Yeah, I believe they will put me on an actual leave while I will not be working during this period. If I am working, I would just be working Saturday and maybe a half day on Sunday, so I'm still going home and getting sleep.
Okay, and so you wouldn't be working a full week then, correct?
No. Yeah, and I still need to connect with HR and like see exactly how that looks like. But I know they do have great leave programs and stuff, and they do have one specifically for jury duty.
Are you going to be paid for the time you're on leave?
From my understanding, yeah, 70% of my salary. So.
Were you involved at all, and I've seen this on the news, with respect to Target and some other companies were sort of attacked by 10, 15 people to steal items out of the store? Did you have any involvement in that?
No, I work at a distribution center, so no. Yeah.
The distribution center, did you have to send some more product out to these Target stores that were hit?
Well, there was a Target store or two that were like kind of shut down completely, so we were not sending product there. So we did notice that. Yeah.
All right. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this
No.
case?
No.
Some of these questions sound stupid to you, but we have to ask them, and you wouldn't think that would affect your process, but you never know, because obviously we don't know you.
Yes. Yeah. I appreciate the due diligence. Yeah. I would hope the same for myself. So.
And with respect to a taser, you had some kind of a stun gun that was a taser?
Yeah, again, I did that firearm safety class when I was 12 to 14. I realistically do not know much about guns or tasers. What I had was, I believe it would be technically a stun gun, not a taser. Just the one with like the two prongs that zap. It doesn't shoot a projectile or anything like that.
And you were 14?
I think I was 14, yeah.
Okay, do you remember the circumstances under which you purchased it?
Sorry, yeah, I should clarify that. So I went through the firearm safety around 12 to 14. I owned the taser about 4 or 5 years ago. I spent the majority of my 20s playing in a touring rock band, and with that, we were living on the road in our van, so we just had that for protection. And actually, when we toured Canada, they actually confiscated it, and I just never bought a new one. So we never had use for it. So
Tell us a little bit about riding with the rock band.
It was absolutely great. Like I said, I spent my whole 20s doing that. It was a great eye-opening experience, and I feel like as a result, like my worldview has like shifted and grown through that experience. So I'm very thankful for it. Not thankful for COVID and shutting that down, but you know, with that being shut down, like I've been able to focus on my work at Target. So, but yeah, being in a rock band was great. Loved it. And I guess in relation to how it pertains to this case, we never had any issues with like police officers. Any run-ins we had, they were extremely helpful and supportive. So.
What did you specifically do traveling with this rock band?
So I play bass guitar, and then I also handle the merch. So I design everything, and I handle the visual representation of the band. So.
And did you travel the whole United States?
Yeah, there's a few states that we haven't hit, but yeah, we've done the majority of the United States and a lot of Canada, and we had intentions to do Japan and England right before COVID hit. So, but.
And why did you stop doing that? Was there?
Oh, just COVID, but also like I'm knocking the door. I'm 30 or 29 right now, and you know, like all 4 of us now live in different cities and or states. So it's kind of like, I wouldn't say the natural conclusion, but it's transition from this is my focus in life to this is a hobby. So just, you know, time. Yeah.
Do you still play in a rock band at all?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And when do you do that?
Play in a rock band, yeah, like we send tracks back and forth as we're writing for our next record, but one of us is in Missouri, one of us is Virginia, one's in Duluth, and I'm here in the Twin Cities. So physically getting together and playing, no, but I'm still technically playing in the band, yeah. So I mean, every day I'm playing in my room and writing parts, but...
Okay, so you don't on a Friday night or a Saturday night?
No. We just got offered to do a tour in February, but I don't feel comfortable. I'm very sensitive about COVID, so.
And it was, what kind of a band was it? A rock and roll band?
Yeah, alternative rock, grunge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, getting to the question about is there any reason that you could not be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Please explain. And you answered, and I realized it was hurried because you had waited to fill this out till the last minute. But you did put down back then that you're slightly distrustful of cops. What happened in your 29 years that caused you to be distrustful of cops, if anything, or what you read, or maybe playing a guitar, you saw something that...
Right. A lot of it is just like different like court cases and stuff, or just different situations. Obviously, it's pretty easy for people to compile like video evidence of like police brutality and stuff, and like we had a very emotional year in Minneapolis the last couple of years, yeah, I don't know. Like, I am always worried about my bias getting in the way of like any interaction with somebody, and I try really hard to not try to judge a book, person, or situation by its cover. And that's something I've been working on with the cop thing. Like, I'm being honest, like there is a somewhat of a distrust there, but I do recognize that it's a very hard job, and it's not something that I could do myself. And I do see the value of the police force, and like it feels childish to say that there's a distrust there, because I do know if I need help, I'm reaching out and asking for that help. So, and that there's trust in there that I'm going to receive that help. So.
Could you set that aside, because I'm sure you've had a long time to think about this, but could you set that distrust aside in sitting on this jury?
Yes, I believe people are people regardless of your occupation.
Not only setting it aside, but the law is that my client and Paul's client, Kim Potter, she's presumed innocent of each and every element of the 2 crimes she's charged of. Can you presume her innocent?
Yes, and I think that is 100% how we should handle things in this country and the court system. Yeah. And I think there's even a question in there about like my thoughts in general about the court system. And just to throw like kind of a generic quote out there, I think it's Winston Churchill, just like, democracy might be a terrible form of government, but it's the best thing we have. And I feel like that kind of loosely extends into this. Like, I don't think we have a perfect system, but I do think we might have the best that we have thought of yet. So, like, especially this trial by jury and by your peers.
Okay. The narrative you wrote on page 3, which would be the what you remember you've seen about this, and I won't ask this again, but you've got to block that out and just rely on what you hear from this case, and you'll probably see videos in this case also. Be able to do that?
Yes, yes. Luckily, I have an advantage where I do not have a great memory as well.
Okay.
But regardless of all the things I do remember, yes, I would be entering this with fresh eyes and open to new information, new nuances, and gray areas that might be talked about. So.
There's another question I have. You testified that you managed over 100 individuals at Target. Is that right?
Yeah.
And would you be willing to, when you get into the jury room in this case and you discuss the evidence and the law, would you be willing to listen to everybody else and not try and become the leader and have your own ideas and nobody else's?
Yes, definitely. I would say I'm not like an egotistical leader like that. I'm definitely a people-focused leader. I care a lot about nurturing success and nurturing growth. And a big part of that is listening to what people have to say, listening to their needs. Yeah. I don't steamroll anything if I can help it. So,
The last question is, what's the name of your band?
so we're called Weathered. So Weather with an ED at the end. We're signed to Face Down Records, so it should be an easy Google search. We're still very small, but it's worth it. I'm so biased, but we're good.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
We'll pass the jury, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Frank?
Oh, I'm done? No. Oh, okay.
Just stay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Juror 7. I apologize for calling you by a number rather than name, but there's a reason we're doing that in this case. I come third, right, so I have a lot of my questions have been asked, and you've been very forthcoming. We really appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Probably just a few follow-up questions. You indicated you're very sensitive about COVID. Very, very wise to be so. I can tell you the court has gone to great lengths to be sensitive about that as well.
I'm appreciating it. Yes.
Yeah. Is the accommodations the court have set up here, the courts have set up here, okay with you? Is it causing you any concerns?
Yeah, I did not enjoy my elevator ride, but aside from that, yeah, it's been great. So, yeah, I was looking around for some stairs, and I was like, well, that's a lot of floors.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Well, they will try to, the Sheriff's Department will try to be very thoughtful about that, I'm sure, as the process goes on.
Yeah.
You indicated something I think is very interesting, that you're very aware of biases. All people have them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to say yes or no.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, as a court reporter taking things down.
Yeah,
So.
my apologies.
No, it's a hard habit to break, so we're very tolerant of it, but if I say that, that's why. Anyway, so you will not let any biases affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror, right?
Yes.
And recognizing that people have biases is probably a big part of making sure that you can do that without biases affecting a decision.
Yes.
Long-winded statement, but do you understand what I mean?
I believe so, yes.
And so, but on the other hand, I just want to make sure that being cognizant of biases and thinking about them, while great, wouldn't prevent you from making decisions
Yes.
as a juror.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something you would consider, just like any other considerations you have to make as a juror in reaching a decision.
Yes. Yeah, with bias and stuff, I'm mindful of it. It's something I've been actively working on. Just in general, just trying to be a better person. The world's full of different people. People have different needs, different ways that they need to be talked to and addressed. With the bias thing, I do not believe, as I try to not lean into that bias, I don't think that I'm at risk of overcorrecting and ignoring my instincts or anything like that. So,
Didn't seem like that person, but just wanted to ask, it's not going to freeze you up, in a sense, and not be able to make decisions.
Right. Yeah. No, it should not affect my ability to make decisions. No.
You have some cousins that are in law enforcement.
Yeah. Yes.
And you said, they're just cousins. How often do you see them? Or
Well, luckily I just sell them for Thanksgiving, but not too often. A couple times a year. It's just a holiday type thing. Not as close with them as I would like to be. So.
And again, some of that is thanks to COVID, right? But
Yeah.
do you have any concerns being serving as a juror in a case involving a police officer, what your family members might think later?
No, very much my own person. I very much value their inputs and their thoughts, but we disagree already on so many different things. Just like that's just the nature of being human. So like, I think we have enough respect for each other to like just respect each other. So.
If you can excuse me for just a second, please. Thank you, Juror 7. Your Honor, we would pass the juror.
Okay. Juror number 7, you will be on this jury. So, as I indicated before, we expect to start the trial on December 8th at 9 o'clock. You will be getting a call from the jury office confirming where you should go and what time you should report. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I'll contact my job right away.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a great rest of the day, okay?
Thank you. Good luck with everything. Thank you for being so accommodating for me today.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry? Sure. All right, Council, we're going to break for lunch for 12:30 to 1:30. Okay, and I think the lunches will be brought up for you. All right?
What's going on, everybody? Let me make sure this is working. It is. How you guys doing? My name is Steve. We are watching the live, excuse me, the live episode or the live Kim Potter trial right now. What I do have for you guys, if I can get it queued up, because we were just going to have it play. So I did my afternoon news update earlier today, and I just released it on all of our social media and all that stuff. But I figure I'll play it so you guys can, just get an understanding of what's happening for the day. It's about 20 minutes, and then we'll be back. Also, I did release our first music video. I may have rushed into it a little bit because Kay Taylor actually did reach out to me and explain the whole situation. It looks like it was an error from PayPal, which is not surprising because PayPal sucks. But she's such a big fan. She actually said I could leave the song up because she likes it. So that's pretty funny. And maybe I'll play that after for anyone that didn't hear that. But for right now, here's the daily news update. And if you miss any part of this, it's on demand on YouTube, Facebook, and citizenstringer.tv. But yeah, I'm going to play that right now for you. Everybody, welcome to your midday news update. Today is November 30th. It's 12:11 p.m. This is the second time I've recorded this because the first time I forgot to turn my mic on for 17 minutes. So whatever, we got to do it. We've got a bunch of news stories today to cover. We're going to try to do it in under 20 minutes, and I think I can. Our first story that we're going to talk about is probably the biggest story that's going to happen right now. I mean, it's definitely a big story now. And you may say, Steve, didn't you just talk about Twitter yesterday? Well, guess what? We're doing it again because Twitter was like, oh, you thought the news yesterday was big? Here, hold my beer. Twitter is expanding their private information policy to include private media. This is huge. This is such an overreach and censorship and control over media that you're not even going to believe what I'm telling you, but I assure you it's real. According to a blog post posted today on their on Twitter blog by Twitter Safety, they say, as part of our ongoing efforts to build tools with privacy and security at the core, we're updating our existing private information policy and expanding its scope to include private media. Now, it's always been existing policy for them to restrict or to not allow people to publish other people's private information, such as phone numbers, addresses, and IDs on Twitter. And also you can't threaten to expose people or put their private information online. But they write, there are growing concerns about the misuse of media and information that is not available elsewhere online as a tool to harass, intimidate, and reveal the identities of individuals. Sharing personal media such as images or videos can potentially violate a person's privacy and may lead to emotional or physical harm. The misuse of private media can affect everyone, but can have, listen to this, this is the crazy part, it can have disproportionate effect on women, activists, dissidents, and members of minority communities. When they receive a report that a tweet contains unauthorized private media, we will now take action in line with our range of enforcement options, which include anything from deleting it, suspending you, permanently deleting your account. This is crazy. So what is in violation of the policy? So we have to look at what was previously in violation. that what you can't share currently or before today was home addresses or physical location information, including street addresses, GPS coordinates, or other identifying information related to the locations that are considered private. Also, you can't put out identity documents, including government issued IDs, social security numbers, or other national identity numbers. They will make limited exceptions in regions where this information is not considered to be private. You also can't put out contact information, including non-public personal phone numbers or email addresses. You can't put out financial account information, including bank account and credit card details, and pretty much any other private information, including biometric data or medical records. But then they add news media of private individuals without the permission of the actually, it doesn't say news media. It says new media of private individuals without the permission of the persons depicted. Now, this is crazy when you think about it, and you think about just how much of an overreach. And here, maybe you're like, well, you shouldn't put people's photos up without their permission. Let's talk about, let's look at Andy Ngo's account. Andy Ngo constantly retweets videos. He constantly retweets mugshots. He constantly retweets other social media profiles of people, of these anarchist, communist, scumbag, Marxist, Antifa terrorists from Portland and from all over the world, really. Based on their new guidelines, he would have to have their explicit permission to call them a terrorist to publicize that. Other big accounts that are going to be affected by this, Libs of TikTok. Now, any of the liberal morons that make the stupid videos on TikTok that Libs of TikTok features on Twitter, they could basically they could take down. It's the end of Libs of TikTok, essentially, as soon as someone doesn't like it. Now, there's more than that, because this encroaches, because they specifically say private media. So this includes, journalistic news outlets like Project Veritas. Even if you don't like their style of journalism, which I'm not a fan of the undercover journalism. I'm the kind of guy that would rather be in your face. But they record people most of the time without their permission. They set up stings and do all that stuff. Based on these new guidelines, they wouldn't be allowed to publish that information on social media. This is a huge encroachment of the freedom of the press. If you're going to go after journalists, if you're going to go after, streamers, think about streamers that go and cover protests, and when violence take place, Twitter gets to determine what is newsworthy. Because they say if this is how it happens. So they say when we are notified by individuals depicted in the images or videos by an authorized representative that they do not consent to have their private image or video shared, we will remove it. This policy is not applicable to media featuring public individuals or public figures or individuals when media and accompanying tweet text are shared in the public interest or add value to public disclosure. But who gets to determine public disclosure? In what adds value? Twitter. And we've already known that they've done that for a long time. They control the discourse on their platform. If they say something that you don't, or that they don't like, or say, for example, if I tweet something they don't like or they disagree with, they ban me. They did it. They've done it with hundreds and hundreds of people. They did it with the president for God's sake. I mean, they literally, there's no bounds. And now they're trying to set another barrier that basically disproportionately, and here's the truth, this frame of censorship, how they said it disproportionately affects activists? This disproportionately affects independent journalism. The ACLU and all these other, organizations should come out, because this is directly a violation of the First Amendment rights of every single journalist out there. Because they're saying now that if you have a story that you want to report on, the subject of your story has to give you permission to put it, because Twitter gets to dictate what is in a matter of public interest. This is absolutely 100% one of the stupidest darn stories I've ever had to report on here. Here's an interesting one, though. You may like this, or you may not. I don't know. It's very weird. A jury awards a woman accused of shoplifting $2.1 million. In Alabama, a woman who said she was falsely arrested for shoplifting at a Walmart and then threatened by the company after her case was dismissed has been awarded $2.1 million in damages by the company. The Mobile County jury in Alabama Monday ruled in favor of Leslie Nurse of SEMS. I don't know how you say that. SEMMES. News outlets reported. Nurse said in a lawsuit that she was stopped in November of 2016 when she was trying to leave a Walmart with groceries she claims that she paid for. Apparently, the self-checkout machine in 2016 allegedly froze. That's according to the nurse. It allegedly froze and stopped working, and so she was unable to get the receipt. As she was going to check out, as she was going to leave the store, she was stopped by Walmart employees who accused her of stealing. She said the machine is frozen. They said no, it's not, and they had her arrested for shoplifting. Now her case was dismissed a year later, but then she started receiving letters from a Florida law firm threatening to sue her if she didn't pay $200 as a settlement. Now that's kind of weird. That was for a couple of things. One, because the news article says that's more than the cost of the groceries that she was accused of stealing in the first place. So that's kind of weird. But then she said Nurse said Walmart instructed the law firm to send the letters and that she wasn't the only one to receive them. So apparently practice is that if someone is acquitted or has charges dismissed for shoplifting at Walmart is then in the business of suing them, even though they were the charges against them were dismissed. Walmart is in the business of suing them for the damages of the product that they allegedly or did or didn't steal, which is just really odd in the first place, because if they're acquitted or the charges are dismissed for lack of evidence, you would think that you wouldn't have any grounds to do this. But apparently this is something that Walmart and many other big box retailers do. According to the complaint, the defendants have engaged in a pattern and practice of falsely accusing innocent Alabama citizens of shoplifting and thereafter attempting to collect money from the innocently accused. Now, what's crazy is WKRG is reporting that the trial featured testimony that Walmart and other major retailers routinely use settlements in states where laws allows it, and that Walmart made hundreds of millions of dollars in a two-year period by practicing this extortion scheme. I'll call it what I believe it seems. Based on the evidence of this trial, it seems pretty weird. Now, we'll have to wait and see what happens, because yes, the jury did award $2.1 million, but is Walmart likely going to pay that? Probably not. Walmart's defense attorneys said the practice is legal, them sending these certified letters and by having a law firm go after these alleged, vindicated shoplifters. Apparently it's legal in Alabama. A spokesperson told AL.com that the company will be filing motions in this case because it doesn't, quote, believe the verdict is supported by the evidence and the damages awarded exceed what is allowed by law. So we'll have to see. I mean, that's a pretty interesting case. So I may want to follow that story just a little bit. We know yesterday Joe Biden gave an impassioned speech, let's just call it that, about Omicron. He kept calling it Omicron. I do it all the time too, so I don't care. I'm not going to harp on him too much for that. But he said the variant is cause for concern, not cause for panic, as he cancels flights and causes mass panic because of this damn virus. Even the CDC is now recommending that everybody age 18 and up gets a booster shot. Pfizer and Moderna are all trying to get boosters approved for minors, all using the excuse that, well, we have to because of Omicron. We have to. That's what does it. Even CDC Director Walensky issued a statement last night saying that now they want their guidance, the CDC guidance is that the booster be given to 18-year-olds instead of it being optional. Now, their guidance is that it's given. It's not a law or a rule yet, but now that's the CDC guidance, which is just frightening, really, when you think about just how far this thing has come from 15 days to stop the spread to, quarterly boosters for the rest of your life for, something that may or may not be the flu. But it's crazy. It's crazy. But President Biden said on Monday that the new Omicron variant of the coronavirus is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic, while maintaining that his administration's plan to combat COVID-19 this winter will not involve shutdowns or lockdowns, but rather a strategy for more widespread vaccinations. Now, this is kind of contrary to what Jen Psaki kind of said yesterday. She didn't rule anything out, and a lot of other people aren't ruling anything out when it comes to this. The president spoke from the White House on Monday, just days after the World Health Organization designated Omicron a variant of concern, its most serious designation of a COVID-19 variant. Biden last week restricted travel from South Africa and 7 other countries over concerns of the heavily mutated Omicron variant of COVID-19, a move he said on Monday gives the United States, well, quote, time to research it. Because again, this thing was discovered on the 24th in South Africa. Now, we did, and I may not have talked about it this morning, but the South African, you know what? I was going to make a video and I didn't put it out yet. But the one of the doctors that treated COVID or treated patients in South Africa that have this Omicron variant, she went on CNN yesterday and tried to. CNN's host, I forgot who it was, John Brennan, I believe it was. She went on CNN during the day. John Brennan asked her about whether she's treated both unvaccinated and vaccinated. She said yes. She goes on to describe the symptoms of unvaccinated patients as mild to moderate illness, blah, blah, blah. It's over in a couple of days. Same thing. We already know that. You could fact check it all you want, Twitterverse and all that shit, because it's true. We already know those facts. And then John Brennan goes on, and you could see the disappointment in his face when he actually got the answer from her, because she said, so what about the cases? Have you treated anyone that's vaccinated? She said yes. And he's like, so what were those conditions? And she's like, the same thing. Because we've heard that disputing a different narrative from the left so far about this variant, about everything, that it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. But then you have someone that's treated both vaccinated and unvaccinated patients when it comes to the Omicron, and she's saying, well, guess what? It's the same thing, same illnesses. She's not saying anyone has a more severe time, whether you're vaccinated, or a less severe time with being vaccinated or versus unvaccinated. She hasn't said any of that, which is kind of funny. Biden said sooner or later we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We will have to face this new threat like we faced those that have come before it. That to me is a frightening statement, even though they said that there's no plans for shutdowns or any of that crap. This is a control thing. Even my wife, a liberal who's vaccinated, even my wife is like, this is starting to be a little weird. You know what I mean? It's starting to be a little weird. What happened to the flu? You know what I mean? I have a stomach bug going on. The post office came to pick up some stuff. I literally quarantined away, didn't even leave the outside of this office when he came, because I'm like, hey, I'm sick. I don't want to get you sick. And the guy's like, and I'm like, no, take the packages. I'll stay way the hell over here. You know what I mean? I've got a stomach bug. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. It's crazy. Here's some of the other stories. You want to talk about just some of the crazy stories that are going on right now? This is one that comes from Fox News. Democrat senator warns Supreme Court of revolution if Roe versus Wade is overturned. This is absolutely insane. New Hampshire Democrat Senator Jeanine Shaheen issued a warning to the Supreme Court days before oral arguments in a potential landmark abortion case, claiming that a revolution will take place if the High Court overturns existing precedent. This is crazy. During an interview on Monday, there was a virtual event where a WMUR reporter named Adam Sexton asked if the public debate over abortion had been muted due to too many people in the U.S. only knowing about life post Roe versus Wade, because the case was from the 60s, and a lot of people that are around today weren't alive in the 60s, me included. Shaheen asserted that nothing would be muted about the reaction to a possible overturning of the decision. And this is where it gets crazy. This is her direct quote, I hope the Supreme Court is listening to the people of the United States, because, to go back to Adam Sexton's question, I think if you want to see a revolution, go ahead, outlaw Roe versus Wade, and see what the response is of the public, particularly young people, because I think that would not be acceptable to young women or men. Here's a pattern of craziness coming from the left. It's perfectly acceptable for them to say a revolution, but God forbid a white person says anything out of place, or someone on the right says something. They're calling January 6th an insurrection, even though it's not. Factually, it was not. No one's been charged with insurrection. They have these committee meetings, and they're holding Steve Bannon and other people in contempt and threatening contempt charges and all these people over this bullshit, January 6th commission, while you got sitting Democrats threatening revolution. And this isn't the first time that a Democrat kind of got crazy about the abortion. It's Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in 2020, June of 2020, essentially threatened Supreme Court justices, saying, I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price, he yelled. You won't know what hit you if you forward with these awful decisions. What the hell is going on? I mean, when you look at the big picture, of everything that's transpiring, it just in the past couple of days, let's go the past 2 weeks. Okay, you have a terror attack where people clearly targeted white people at a Christmas parade, and the media is just pretending it didn't happen. You have someone that was clearly, using a self-defense claim to protect himself when he was being attacked, and the left is still attacking him, even though he's acquitted of all charges. You have sitting Democrats threatening a revolution over an abortion trial. You have children getting killed left and right. A 14-year-old was shot like 16 times yesterday in Philadelphia by 2 gunmen. They shot at him 35 times. He was hit 16 times. He's dead. 14-year-old kid. This is what's going on in America, and everyone seems oblivious to it. We're not oblivious to it, but it is what it is. That's been your daily news update. I'll be live tonight for a new episode of Wake Up America. We'll see you then, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Till then. All right. I didn't let the music play out. Let me make sure. Yeah, sound is on. There's a school shooting going on in Colorado, or Oxford, Michigan. Someone else just said one about California. I haven't heard anything about that. You're probably confusing Oakland County with Oakland, the city in Oakland. Oakland County is in Oxford, Michigan. There was a school shooting. Suspect is in custody. He had a handgun. 6 victims, between 4 and 6 victims are reported. Latest update from the media, I believe, is at 6. There are 6 victims at that crime. None are fatally injured. They've been reported, and there are no confirmed fatalities as of 1:30 p.m. School is currently on lockdown. Parents are being urged not to come to school at all. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on with that. About the Maxwell trial, there's not a lot going on with that either. I guess the pilot did say, what did he say? He said a bunch of stuff. People that were on the plane, including President Donald Trump was on the plane. But we already knew that, because as soon as these allegations started coming up, President Trump, who wasn't even president at that time, barred Epstein from Mar-a-Lago and all that. But again, all the naysayers in here are just going to be like, oh, you said his name, which will be good, because then maybe the media will actually cover it, because they've done a good job so far on not really touching it at all. If you haven't been paying attention, they haven't really paid attention to it at all and haven't covered it. But I saw someone in the chats like, oh, you got to wait and see what Maria Farmer is going to say. Well, Maria Farmer's already been speaking. She's been talking for a long time, so we know what she's going to say about Donald Trump. And you know what it is? You clearly don't. That's why you're commenting on the chat like an idiot without knowing what she said, because she doesn't implicate Donald Trump in anything except the fact that he used to be around Epstein, which everyone knows. It's public knowledge. And isn't it weird, the only time that this whole Epstein thing actually got any leg room, I guess, so to speak, was when Donald Trump was president, and when they started, charging everybody. I mean, but those are just little facts that everyone wants to seemingly ignore for some reason. But we'll have to wait and see what's going on. It's a federal case. They don't broadcast federal case, so you don't have to worry. That's why people are saying, that's why people are saying, well, how come we can't watch it? It's a federal case. They're not televised. It's just not televised. For anyone that doesn't know, I released my first music video today, and it's pretty damn awesome. I'm going to play that next. And enjoy. And then I have a disclaimer after. Kay Taylor did reach out to me. It was a big mix-up, but she's a huge fan of the show and said I could keep the song up because it's awesome. So I get to keep the song up, even though she explained it's a mix-up with PayPal. But listen to this video. Listen, you guys are going to like this. Well, I'm going to tell you a story now about someone who thought it would be wise to place an order in our store and then charge it back when she received the merchandise. Her name is Kay Taylor. This story is a weird one. It goes all the way back to October 30th when she placed an order for the November mystery box. Now, you may know these boxes were special because they had challenge coins in them, right? Yeah, well, we shipped out her box on November 16th and it was delivered to her front porch on November 19th at 10:45 a.m. She got all the goods. She has the shirts and the coffee. She got the challenge coin, but what did she do next? It's frightening. She took a page out of the Biden administration. She charged back her card today. We're fighting it. She is the definition of a shit bird. I mean, can you believe that she would do this while I'm battling a stomach bug and I had to come into the office to record this song? I'm fighting it. Maybe I'll drive out to Ohio and knock on her front door and say, "Why are you scamming me, you shitbird?" I bet she voted for Biden. I bet she voted for Biden. It wouldn't surprise me at all. She won't answer her emails. Is she hiding like Biden? Let's go, Brandon. Stop scamming, lady. No one likes scammers. I could put all your information on blast if I really wanted to, but I won't because I'm not a scumbag. Stop acting like Antifa Kay Taylor. Asshole. I don't care who you are. That was funny as hell. And you know what the worst part is I actually, you know where you had the first, like where the buffaloes are pooping? I actually had a minute and 30 seconds of animals pooping. And then I was like, you know what? That's a little too much because I just wanted to, you know, when people scam, man, it's worse than just, it's horrible. But shout out to Kay Taylor. Apparently what happened, and Kay Taylor is awesome, by the way, because apparently what happened is this morning I got a chargeback notification on PayPal. So I looked up I looked her up. I realized that the account was made under a pseudonym because that's not a real name. But they actually saved the actual information for her, so I knew who she was. I sent her an email, and I'm like, "Hey, what the hell? Are you trying to scam me?" And then I also realized I had her phone number from her order, so I called her and left a voicemail, and I'm like, "Hey, listen, are you trying to scam me? Because I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to fight it." And then I made the song, and because I was pissed, you know, and so then she text messaged me and said, "Hey, you know, Mr. Oatley, give me a call." So I call her, and she's a huge fan of the show. She's been watching us since the riots. She's in here. She's got a lot of different names and stuff like that, but she's like, "Listen, this is a big mix-up. I had some Chinese company charged by PayPal. I told them that it was a fraudulent charge. Somehow they did your box. I have your stuff. Matter of fact, I'm wearing one of your shirts now." She's like, I love, you know, you. I love your show. I didn't mean for this to happen." And I'm like, shit. I'm like, well, you see, the issue with your apology now is I kind of already made a video. And she's like, you did what? And I'm like, I made a video. But if you've been a big fan of my show, you may actually really like this video. And yeah, so she dealt with PayPal, and apparently they're going to fix the issue with us. Because here's the thing, like, if you're unhappy with it or you don't get an order, just send me an email and say, hey, I want a refund, and then I'll refund the money. If you don't explicitly ask for one, you're not going to get one. But definitely don't do chargebacks, because then, especially if the product has been received, and we've had some people do that to us. And so I thought that was her. But yeah, and then I was like, I kind of already made a song. I'm trying to get it to #1 on Sound. What is the thing? All the SoundCloud. Oh yeah, that song's on SoundCloud, guys. Yeah, I want that shit to be on #1. Okay, I think I did the rock/rockabilly for the for everything. But yeah, it was. It's pretty funny. And long story short, she texted me I said, hey, I made a video. Can you watch it and let me know if you're okay with me keeping this up? Because if you tell me to take it down, I'll take it down. She texted me back a few minutes later. She's like, hell no, keep that song up. And she's like, oh, you know that part when you said come to Ohio? She said, apparently, thank you for your service, Kay. She's a 15-year military veteran. But yeah, awesome person. Like next month, your next box, I can't do December, but I'm going to send you a free box of stuff, just so you know, because I feel like an ass, but I think it's awesome that you're letting me keep it up. Rooster Dawson mass casualty event in Michigan reported on Scanner. Yeah, we've already talked about it. There's a shooting at a school. Six people are injured. Suspects in custody. They had a handgun. All the children are injured, but there's been no fatalities yet, according to the latest release from the media. That is the latest update in regards to that school shooting that took place in Oxford City, I believe it is, Oxford, Michigan. And we just published an article on it too. But the thing about this show is if you just jump in, I'm not going to go back and talk about the same thing I just talked about for 2 minutes. I realized that there were a lot of people that just jumped in and were looking for information about it. That's why I just said it again. But yeah, someone said do another one with UNK. No. But yeah, the song was funny. And I had fun doing it, and I was really pissed off. So it was all right. And I was working, and I thought, this show should be sponsored by Imodium, because this is the only way I'm able to sit here right now. And it's working, so I'm very happy with it, because it's been rough. I got up at 3 o'clock this morning. All right. Got up at 3 o'clock this morning, and I've been up ever since. So I probably will do a show tonight, but it likely will be recorded and broadcast live, so most of you guys won't even know about it, because I bet you didn't know that yesterday's show was recorded earlier and then broadcast, simulated that it was live. Yeah, it's quite impressive how we could do that stuff, because I noticed that a lot of people won't watch it. And I just got another message about a school shooting. Is this school shooting not... Let me see I'm going to see if there's anything more about this thing now. Now, the World Health Organization is saying people that are 60 years of age or older, should postpone travel because of Omicron. Uh-oh. But I'm trying to see if there's anything else about the school shooting here. Also, we are going to go back to the Kim Porter trial once that comes back. I'm not quite sure when that's supposed to come back, because I didn't pay attention. But our midday news briefing, that is up on YouTube right now, and so is the world's best song ever. I have to say that my song is the best song you've ever heard in your life. And if you disagree with that, well, you're flawed as a human. I'm just kidding. How about the last juror that was seated in the Kim Potter trial? I'm very surprised that that juror was seated. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I don't know. Someone said the suburban Minneapolis police officer who shot Deontay Wright will testify at her trial, her attorney said on Tuesday as jury selection. So I guess Kim Potter's attorney Paul Eng told the potential juror that she would hear directly from Potter about her traffic stop that ended in the death of 20-year-old black motorist last April. I don't know. I'm just checking to see what else is new here. I love how people write breaking news like, 2 or 3 days after we report it. It's not breaking anymore. Like they do it. It's for clicks. You notice, have any of you guys noticed that we don't do the clickbait type of journalism? We'll never do that. We just don't do it. And it frustrates me sometimes because I realize that if we just did what all these other guys did, clickbait journals, breaking, Pfizer, going to ask for booster shots for 16 and 17-year-olds. It's not breaking anymore. We reported it yesterday, and yet you're still tweeting it out like it's breaking news. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's very frustrating, actually. I feel like a lot of those guys, you're probably watching the show right now, so you know I'm talking about you. Stop doing that. Or at least say, hey, this incredibly handsome guy that does a live stream every day and works his ass off, and we don't give him any credit for the news that he breaks 2 or 3 days before we do. I mean, come on. Come on. You know what I'm saying? Steve should do a music video with Mr. Weatherhead. To be honest, I actually enjoyed doing that song. So I will be honest with you guys. Once I figure out how to do the audio and actually I got to talk to Loza and figure out what information, what shit he uses, because there may be a lot of music. I wrote a great song about diarrhea at 4:00 this morning. I mean, that shit would be a fucking hit. Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah. Peaceful Riot Archive said another school shooting in Oxford, Michigan just happened, but shooter is caught. Yeah, we talked about it 3 times already in this show. Someone said whoever broke the news gets credit for the news now, and breaking news is just here's something new to us. Not really. Breaking news and stuff that is reminiscent stuff in 9/11. Go back and look at the news broadcast prior. It's all about ratings. Yeah. Someone said breaking, give me some money. Yeah, you guys could do that too, because then we got people like Kim Potter that are Kim Potter. Kay Taylor that are accidentally doing chargebacks on merchandise they received. But no, I mean, guys, in all reality, if you like us covering the trial and all that stuff, shoot us visit citizenstringer.com/support. Just throw us a little something, because it does take us being here. Adam, you can't tell because Adam's not talking during the break. I am. But Adam is actually working on the back end, making sure the streams are working. He's been the one that's covering it. He even got a new phone today, and he can't even go pick it up because I said, no, you got to stay in the office down there. You're not allowed to leave. And then his phone's like, I'm talking to him on the phone, and it's like, because his phone's all broken. And he's like, I just want to go get my new phone. I'm like, no, you can't. You got to stay there, because at any moment, the Imodium could fail, and I have to go home because there's no more toilet paper in my office. So at any moment, I'm just going to run to Adam and be like, oh, you got to go. I know you guys are like, what the hell? I tell you, this is. I bought a sandwich and I said, fuck it, I'm gonna eat. I can't not eat. I haven't really eaten anything in the past 2 days. I've drank a shit ton of water because I know that I'm dehydrated as hell, but I haven't really eaten anything. So yeah, if you guys like the streams, if you like us covering these trials and stuff, then please, either sign up for citizenstringer.tv and support us through that platform, or just go over to citizenstringer.com/support and you can throw us a couple of bucks that way. It's not going to break us if you don't do it, but it certainly does help. And if you want to see Adam do shows, we got to show him that you guys want him to do shows. Because I get a lot of emails. They're like, where's Adam? How come he's not doing a show anymore? I'm like, because in all reality, his show didn't make money. So it didn't justify the time that he spent away from his family and all that stuff to do his show, to make, $100 a month. You know what I mean? I'd rather him just do other stuff, if that makes sense. I mean, that's more business stuff than you need to know. But Adam, that's if he goes live, throw him some support. If you want him to go cover an event, throw him some support. When we went out to Iowa, thank gosh we were selling shirts, because with our live stream, we would have lost thousands of dollars by going out there. And thank God for Martha and all the other people that actually helped us there, because we were super unprepared to be selling shirts. But it was fun. They canceled Biden's talk today 15 minutes before it was scheduled. No, they actually canceled Biden's talk yesterday 15 minutes before it was scheduled. That was the supply chain meeting that he was supposed to have. I think I talked about it last night. Someone said, be careful with that Imodium. Jesus H. Rice drank too much of it one time, and I damn near had to start wearing maternity pants for a time. No, I mean, this stuff is pretty good. I followed the instructions. So like on medicine now, it's really confusing because they have no instructions, but you got to pull back a little tab right here. And then it has all the instructions inside there. And so I actually followed the instructions. Now, I'm a man, so I don't believe in measuring anything out, but I figured, okay, this whole thing is 240 milligrams. It said, don't take more than 60 milligrams a day. And I'm like, in a 24-hour period, actually. And I'm like, okay, what is that? That's about a third of this sucker. Maybe less. That's about 60 milligrams. And even though you're not supposed to do it all at once, I did, because I was having a hard time this morning. And the worst part about it is I was trying to tough it out, because I've taken this stuff before and it's really screwed with my GI system. And so I didn't want to take it anymore. And this morning at 3 o'clock, I was like, crap, like this is, I can't do it anymore. And all the drugstores didn't open until 8 o'clock. So, yeah. Someone said, Steve, bro, had to work late. Was it the Italian sub and steak fries? Got to know. No, that's what I had for lunch today. I mean, that's what I have every day. Italian sub. But instead of having a root beer, I'm having a Sprite, because I figured clear liquid just in case. You know what I'm saying? Someone said, Steve, ex-mom was the nurse for a year. Boil rice and then strain water and drink it. Yeah, you know what I actually did yesterday? I had a half of box of Cheez-Its, and it actually kept my stomach at bay for, I don't know, just about as long as this Imodium has for the day. I'm going on probably 4 hours, so I'm doing well. But yeah, someone said you need the proper probiotic and bananas. Yeah, my wife said eat a banana this morning, and I don't know, like eating a banana, I gotta kind of just be like in a corner or something, so no one's looking at me while I eat a banana. It's freaking weird. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that weird. But someone said probably better to eat chalk than use that stuff. I don't know. It's working, so I don't care. Breaking news: Steve will be constipated in 2 days. I tell you what, I would rather have that going on than what's going on now. Like, you guys are you're prodding for entirely more information than you wanna know. My second song may just be like, fuck, I gotta stop. My second song may be oh my Lanta, or Imodium. Maybe that's what I should call my second song. But someone said Fox News showing helicopters landing at Michigan school. Yeah, from what I understand, there's nothing new here. So you're seeing the old coverage. April, is there anything new out of Minnesota right now, or Minneapolis right now? Because the latest we've heard is that 6 people were injured. We don't have any other information. They haven't released any information about fatalities, and they have the shooter in custody. He had a handgun. That's what I know right now. So that's the latest update out of there. We're still waiting on this trial to resume coverage. Some said your aunt lives in Oxford, Michigan. Yeah. Someone said you always make me laugh with a commentary. Yeah. Someone said hands on the floor, feet on the 50, or dash to the bathroom. No. Oh my God, what are you doing? No, my song is way better than yours. ITS, me, JJ, whatever. We've moved on from Kung Flu to Kung Fu fighting. That may make it into the next song. Everyone was Kung Fu fighting. Oh, that would be a good one. But are they taking people to UNM Medical? I don't have any information. There's nothing on social media. And it could be they're so worried. April said, latest update, school buses are showing up to take students off at the property. And that's it. I'm not going to report the second thing because it's unconfirmed. So apparently here is a live feed. And it does show helicopters. But it shows medevac helicopters there, but they don't have patients. They're pulling stretchers out. So are the injured still inside? Or April, check out the ABC7 video that was on Facebook. I don't know where I got this feed from. I think it was on Twitter, because this shows, and again, I'll show it just for a second. You can't really see it, but that's okay. This is showing EMS walking. These are flight medics that are coming off of the helicopter going into what appears to be the school. Now, I can't leave that up because here's the thing. We don't have an affiliate agreement with ABC7, so we can't keep their live feed up because they'll copyright it and strike our video. So some of these we can get away with doing. These helicopter feeds, no, because they're going out and they're selling their license to all these other companies, or they're using their affiliate agreements to all these other companies to be able to do it. But there are 5 or 6 news choppers all up in the air here. So, I mean, they still have, I don't know, 8 or 9 ambulances that are staged. A ton of police are there. A lot of undercovers, which is surprising. And it looks like they're all blank vehicles, which is pretty surprising. And the helicopters landed right on school property. So it showed, I believe it showed how many helicopters were, three medevac flights were there. So what we know so far, there was a shooting at Oxford High School. It didn't say whether it was a student shooter, but it said there was one gunman. So there's no joke, probably 15 or 20 ambulances there right now. You have, private EMS contractors, MedStar, you got the flight medics. So I think some of these ambulances may be treating patients right there, and that's why the ambulances have gone. I don't know, because the flight medics are right by it. Yeah, see, and I'm glad I'm not showing this because it looks like they're going to be, well, he has to be ambulatory if they're going to have him walk out. Because the flight medics that I talked about were flying, or they went over to ambulances, which you can see here real quick. They went over to ambulances that are staged at the ground. If they're pulling a patient out, which it seems like holy cow, there's a lot of ambulances for 6 patients. Because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there, and there were at least 10 staged behind it. A ton of police there as well. And where'd the medics go? So typically, like what we used to do is if we had a trauma call, obviously that we would have to transport the patient to a place where a flight medic or a metaflight, medevac, whatever, could land, which typically it depended on which station. Like if I was on my full-time department, we had one at the hospital, so we would bring our trauma patients to the hospital. They would treat them, but they were not a trauma hospital, so the medevac would come and they would actually fly out from Dartmouth. They would come and land there. We'd bring the patient out. I mean, we had a patient one time that was really bad, and we brought him out. And, because obviously we had to stay to work him because it was a super small hospital, and he kept coding. We brought him back out. They will not fly if he's in the process of coding. So we got him into the back of the ambulance. Boom, he coded again. We had to bring him back in. We resuscitated him, brought him back out to the back of the helicopter, put him on the helicopter, coded again. We had to grab him out, bring him back into the ER. We got him restarted again. They got him up. They took off. At that point, he was on them. The second they left the ground, boom, coded in the air. He didn't make it to the hospital. But that was one time. We've also had accidents where we're on the road that we can't make it back to that hospital, and so they'll come. We've stopped the interstates for them, and they've landed right on the interstates. Or high school soccer fields are a pretty good one. We've had that happen a couple of times. And then there was also a dump. We had them pick up no joke, on the top of a dump, like crazy. But So, yeah, crazy stuff. So what we know so far out of here is that 4 to 6 victims in this shooting. That's the latest update. Suspect is in custody. The weapon was a handgun. That's early reporting, is that it's a handgun. There are a tremendous amount of police, tremendous amount of fire, and they're still wheeling stretchers inside. So I'm wondering if they still have trauma patients inside, which would be very, very surprising if that they would work them in the hospital or in the school. Well, unless it really confirmed that the shooter is all done. April said she was seeing buses earlier that were loading patients. I'm not seeing those here. So either I'm looking at an old video that's not live, even though it says it's live, or maybe they're doing buses on the other side, but I'm not seeing them here. I'm not, well, maybe those were school buses, but they're not anywhere close to the school. The school is actually quite large, to be honest. So you have there's two medevacs there, and then you have, I take it back, maybe the ambulances have moved. So the ambulances look like they've moved up to the school. But they have two helicopters there. That's kind of crazy how close they got to cars when they landed, but I suppose they could. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ambulances on scene at the school. So again, Oxford High School, that's in Oxford, Michigan. There was a school shooting at a high school. Suspect armed with a handgun. 4 to 6 victims. According to the latest update at 1:30 p.m., there's been no fatalities. Suspect is in custody. Huge police presence, huge ambulance, fire EMS presence as well on scene. And so we're just waiting to get an update on that. We're also waiting for this trial to resume, the murder trial of Deontay Wright. Kim Potter was a Brooklyn Center police officer that mistakenly drew her firearm when she was trying to draw a taser and shot and killed Deontay Wright. He then fled. He was in the process of fleeing anyway. He fled and ended up crashing his car and dying. That caused 3 or 4 days worth of pretty bad riots. Maxine Waters, I believe, was the Democrat senator or congresswoman. What is she? I forgot. But she went out there and basically riled up the crowd and said that they needed to up their game in terms of violence. I forgot what her exact quote is, but it was another thing that the left made a blatant threat, and there's no accountability for it. They actually all apologize for it. Democrats and Republicans, even some Republicans apologize for their criticism of her comment. Does anyone remember in the chat what her comment was? Let me see. Let me pull up the chat and see if you guys remember. Maxine incited a riot. I just don't remember what her comment was, but it was very specific, and you couldn't really like say it was anything other than what I just said it was. School shootings seem to often occur in states with heavier gun control. Yeah, I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. Trying to see if anyone writes a comment. I know I had it, to be honest, and I think I put a video out and then YouTube struck that video and took down the video. Just like I had who was it? I think it was it a Minnesota state rep that threatened, be ready, all this stuff, hit him where it counts, like that comment. Remember that one? But yeah. Someone said I missed something. Where she said get in their faces. No, she did one. She went to Brooklyn Center. She went to Brooklyn Center where they were rioting and said something. I just don't remember what it was. It doesn't matter. Someone said, my uncle used to work for CBS out of New York before he passed away in Detroit, and he was a producer who would give the national feed by pulling it off the satellites. Yeah, but we're not a CBS affiliate. It's funny. Adam and I were joking, and we're like, maybe we should buy like a Fox affiliated like radio station or a CBS affiliated radio station so we could have access to it, because we could just do it remote. We don't need to live there. We could buy like a small affiliate like radio station and like East Bumfuck, Alabama. And then obviously we wouldn't be able to say East Bumfuck, Alabama. We wouldn't be able to swear at all, but we would be able to have all that media and that clout from being an affiliated news station. We still could report the truth, so it'd be interesting. That's but it also costs a shit ton of money. So there's probably, that's probably called wishful thinking. I don't know whether we'd be able to do that. But Adam's like, oh, I bet we could crowdfund that and do all that. I'm like, yeah, maybe. Who knows? That's a lot of work. It would be a pretty good idea. Get more confrontational. Yep, that's it. Boom, boom, boom. Stay on the street, get more confrontational. Yeah. That was the quote. Boom, 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 boom. Someone said, apparently today is another dark day for Twitch, losing their biggest cash cow too. I don't know why. Who's leaving from Twitch? If it's a video gamer, I have no idea. So I think Tina on Facebook, you were the first one that said she was confrontational. No, and Ali on YouTube said it too. And it wasn't over the Derek Chauvin trial. It was over the shooting of the Kim Potter related shooting. Deontay Wright. Can't wait for a lottery in public. Someone said, if I ever hit the lottery, I will donate money so you could build up your news outlet. Yeah. Just like I said, I just need, Donald Trump, man, you got a lot of money. I just need $110 million to become bigger than everybody else. Come on, man. Hook it up. Eddie McCullum said, breaking news. Stephen Oakley, you spelled my name wrong, both Stephen and Oakley, but it's Stephen with a PH because that's how the intellectuals spell it, and T instead of K. But yeah, it should be #1 hits. Maybe I should have just called it K. Someone said, Steve, is the trial back on? I don't know. I'm having fun talking to you guys. It is back on, so let me switch over to that. And you won't see me again until I do a show tonight. May or may not be live, and it all depends on how long this Imodium lasts. All right. We'll see you later. Stay tuned for the next song. But you guys got to make that song like chart or something, okay? I think I need 5,000 people to download that song. I don't know how that works. I don't even think you can download it yet. I have no idea how that works. But got to do it. All right, let's go back to this trial.
Your Honor,
Yes?
as far as we're concerned, you could just excuse it because your son had some serious criminal trouble. You probably don't want to discuss it.
Okay. All right, so everybody's in agreement. Carly, this is on the record. Everybody's in agreement that Juror 16, who has not responded to phone calls, we can just skip her. Yeah, we'll just release her for cause. Yes.
16?
Okay, are the lawyers ready for juror number 8?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hello, juror number 8. Please have a seat. And would you please remove your mask? Thank you. First of all, thank you for filling out the questionnaire. I just have a couple of follow-up questions, and the lawyers may have some too, okay? You indicated in your answer to the questionnaire that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. I guess my question is whether or not you could set aside whatever impressions that you would have had with respect to Officer Potter or Dante Wright and concentrate on what the evidence in the case is and decide the case solely on the evidence.
Well, I don't know about, I'd like to hear that question because it just doesn't sound like I would agree to something like that without having more information. So I don't know what I was thinking. Some of the questions were a little, kind of on the road. You don't know which way to go almost.
Yeah.
Some of them, but I don't know if you want to read that question to me. Maybe I could give you more insight.
The question was, from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter? And there are little boxes to check, and you checked somewhat negative. Your response was because it's something no one wants to see happen.
It was probably just, it was a personal, I was reading them quick, personal thing. There's, when people work jobs and live their lives and everything like that, I mean, there might be nothing negative about it, I don't know, but it's a negative situation. So I was kind of taking the context of the situation. So it's, even if, it's somewhat, for some reason, it just made me want to put somewhat negative on there. It wasn't nothing to personally hurt or anything, it's more of the situation or something. I think I was looking at it in that context.
Okay, I understand.
I'm thinking.
But you could be fair and impartial to both sides here?
Oh, yeah, it's like, you use empathy and there's, we do, we value the police department, we value being a citizen, and when you're in a line of work, you are held to a higher standard, to a certain degree. It doesn't, it doesn't mean that you're, I don't know, it's just people in authority are held to a higher standard somewhat. That doesn't mean that I have an opinion either way, but, citizens have things that they do, and they're, so I mean, it's one of those bad situations.
Okay. During the course of this trial, you'll probably hear some evidence concerning what a reasonable police officer would do under the circumstances. Would you be able to base your decision on whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt on that testimony as opposed to any other personal opinion concerning what that duty is?
I think, if I knew more about the law and knew more about the information, and I would be as reasonable as I would want to make the most reasonable decision I could.
Okay, so in other words, you're going to keep an open mind.
Oh, definitely keep an open mind.
Okay.
I have no opinion either way. I mean, I didn't even really pay attention. I was up building my cabin, and I got that thing in the mail, and it's like, I hurried up and filled it out and sent it in, and I got rid of my cable TV like 3 years ago. So, I mean, I listen to music, and I do my thing at home, and I go up to my cabin, and I really haven't been paying a lot of attention to stuff as much as I should.
Okay, without a TV, I can see that.
But I'm trying to be, I live my life as a open-minded person. was raised in the cities, and I've always valued everything, being around people, and I value everybody. You know what I mean? So.
Okay. Whoops. I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty with my computer. Do you want to be on this jury?
Oh, I'm a retired person. It fascinates me. I feel I can be very honest and impartial and listen to both sides. I feel I'm very capable of doing a good job, and I feel both sides would be very happy to have me on there, because once all the information gets out, because one side don't have all their information and they don't have all their information, and once everybody gets their information, who knows, they may all feel the same way. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. Right?
Right.
You know? But that's an unrealistic world, right? So, yeah.
All right. I liked your answer. Do you want to serve as a juror in this case? Yes. Why do you feel that way about serving as a juror? Because I am an open-minded and fair person.
Correct.
And that's what we are looking for. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. But the attorneys may have some questions for you.
Good afternoon. Number 8. You're retired from your employment?
Yes.
And do you just totally retired, or do you have another employment?
No, I don't have any unemployment.
Okay.
No, I'm retired full-time. Yep, correct.
And can you think of anything that should be added to this questionnaire since the time that you filled it out a couple months ago? Any other news that we should know about you that isn't in this questionnaire?
Let me see. I don't think so. I haven't had a lot going on, so I don't know if I could add anything to it. You know.
Okay. Is there anything that the lawyers in this case should know about you in determining whether or not you'd be a proper fit for this case? Besides what's in the questionnaire, which is very thorough, I think.
Well, I don't know. I've always been an open-minded person, and I've had all types of friends and all types of backgrounds, and I just pretty open-minded, and I'm not afraid to if something leads you to something, I'm not afraid to go down that road. I'm pretty open. I mean, I don't feel.
You understand that because the state has the burden of proof to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, the defense does not get to go forward until after they rest. Would you be able to keep an open mind until you hear all of the evidence, not only from the state, but from our client, Ms. Potter, and her witnesses? Would you be able to do that?
Yes, I think our society is getting better at keeping an open mind, because a lot of, just in general, I think, I really think I can keep an open mind, because I know everything, all the stuff against the defense is said first. And you're right, it'd be, they start painting a picture for the jurors' minds and stuff, and I think I can overlook that, because I'm a pretty open-minded person, and I have enough life experiences I can figure it out.
I see also that you were sort of the boss when you weren't retired of what you were doing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when the case is completed, the jurors are going to go out and make a decision, and it has to be unanimous. You understand that, right?
Right.
Would you have a tendency to try and take over those 12 jurors that are trying to decide this case because at one time you were the boss?
No.
Or are you retired long enough to get out of that phase.
That's one thing I wouldn't do, because when I was the whole time I was the boss, I always valued my subordinates underneath me, and when they would, if they had a good idea and wanted to do it their way, I always, as long as the job got done, I went along with it. I don't micromanage people. I never did, and so a lot of people that work underneath you are just as bright and just as smart as you are. It's just that you happen to be in that position because you applied yourself at a moment and you got it. So I wouldn't hold that against. No, I wouldn't put myself above anybody else.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Pass for cause, counsel?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Juror 8. I apologize, it's rather impersonal, calling you by number rather than name, just the way we're doing it in this case, so forgive me for doing that. I have a couple questions to follow up with you about, and appreciate you being here and taking the time to do this. So you were a captain with the fire department.
Correct.
How long did you work in the fire department?
31 years.
And did you have a career before that, or has this been your...
Not much. I was a bartender. That was it. When I was 19, I got married. I was a bartender, and then moved to Minneapolis, and a neighbor recruited me. I got the job, and I was on it for my career.
And worked your way up to captain.
Yeah.
One of the things that we've learned is that a fairly substantial percentage of fire calls are actually medical calls, right?
Correct.
And a substantial portion of fire calls, when you go to the scene, there's Minneapolis police already there.
Correct.
Or come to the scene. So I assume over your career, you have worked fairly closely with Minneapolis police officers.
In some situations, we always waited until they cleared the scene before we would go on the scene and stuff like that. Yeah.
And in fact, that sort of protocol when going to a typical scene is the police officers are going to make sure it's safe for you to be there.
Correct.
So you stage somewhere else, I think is the term, right?
Yep.
And so in those circumstances, you rely on them to make it safe for you and the people you work with.
Correct.
And sometimes they're already doing life-saving measures by the time you get there and help out with that.
It happens. We're just as accessible as they are, so we usually, a lot of times we get there before the police most of the time.
Okay.
So.
So obviously, over the course of a career, you've had a lot of good experiences with Minneapolis police officers.
Yep. Everybody kind of does their own job, and I've never had any real personal, like anything off the job or anything, but we always got along with people, we get along with everybody, we get along great with the community, with the police. Fire has always been the nice guy, and it's easy to be a fireman because everybody likes you.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of, it's a good job being a fireman. So I was glad I picked that career.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. It was a good career. When you see those videos of, a fire at night when it's 2 below zero and you guys are out there, you get some appreciation for what a terrible job it can be sometimes, right? Or a difficult job. Do you have any friends that are police officers?
My nephew is a police officer, and he works in St. Cloud.
Okay.
I don't see him that often, but he's a police officer.
You ever talk to him about his job?
Here and there a little bit. Not a lot over the years because we never lived close to each other, but on holiday, once in a while in a family function or something, but not too much, you know what I mean?
in this case, obviously involves a police officer and,
Yep.
and other officers at the scene. You've had a lot of working relationships with police officers, a family relationship. Think you'd be more likely to believe an officer when they take the stand and testify because of your history working with them?
You know what? I like to think I would treat everybody the same. I would try to look at the situation and look at all the information and treat everybody the same. I mean, obviously the defense, you got to give them just what the judge said, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's what we start off until it's proven otherwise, But I mean, I don't think I would be biased at all. I mean, towards any of them, to our decision that we're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, obviously there'll be some police officers that testify. Do you think you would, evaluate their testimony differently because of all the years of working with them?
No, and that's the reason of working, of being around people and seeing them interact and stuff. I don't feel like I would feel any different towards them as somebody else. I would just look at the information straight because I don't feel that they're above me or below me or anything. They're people, and everybody's a person. Everybody's, and you just listen to the information and you try to make the right decision as a group, right? That's what I'm trying to do here, I guess.
Yeah. You think you can set aside the relationships you've had with police officers professionally, your cousin, and just evaluate the testimony of a police officer like anybody else?
I feel I can because I've never had an opinion either way, I guess, with strong feelings, I guess, with just in general with police officers or firefighters. We're all human. I mean, I feel like I can make the correct decision. I just always have as a fire captain. I always, you try to collect information and be reasonable and be fair to everybody, and there's two sides here, and that's what that's what's going on here. I understand that.
This is a tough question, and I suspect you probably haven't been asked questions like these, right? These are not the questions you get at family functions. So there are no right or wrong answers here, right?
Okay. No, I'm just trying to ramble on and be the honest as I can here. Is what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I really do. Because the tougher question is, when you're a juror and then you sit over there and you listen to everything, and then you go into a room, and that's the place, in there where you got to set aside, these relationships you've had in the past, and you've told us, I think, candidly that you would like to think you could do that, or you feel you would do that.
Yep.
Tell us, can you assure us that you'd be able to set that aside, go in with that sort of...
I object to this improper way here. He's asked the question numerous times.
Council, you can move on to a different topic.
I think, as I was trying to indicate to the juror, he said he feels like he could, and we have to, I think we're allowed to pry into that a little bit. I don't disbelieve you, sir.
No, well, let me see. I'll give you an example. I got to look at life experiences, how I've acted in the, conducted myself in the past and everything. And I've had friends that I really liked a lot and everything. And there was incidences that happened with people I didn't even know. And I would support the person I didn't know. So I don't always jump on just because that person is somebody I know or something, support them 100%. I would, I try to even be fair to people I don't know, even around my friends, I've actually lost a friend or two over the years because I didn't like the way they acted, and I actually respected the person I didn't know more. So I think that character right there kind of shows me that I can stick to that. I can stick to that, and I feel strongly I can, But it's like I can promise you anything and this and that, but I'm just, I'm trying to be as honest as I can here,
Yeah, and like I said, I don't mean to belabor the points.
No.
Apparently that's what
Not
we're
at
doing,
all.
but it's a very important point, obviously, right?
Oh, definitely. Yep.
It's not every person is the right juror for the right case, so that's why we ask a lot of these questions.
Exactly.
When you retired, well, let me ask you this way: when you were asked about the demonstrations that have taken place in the Twin Cities area, you indicated community is always affected by these types of demonstrations. What did you mean by that?
Positive and negative both. It should, there's, like you say, there's people demonstrate, there's two sides to everything. I mean, it affects the community, affects them in positive ways, negative ways. If something doesn't turn out, something bad happens or something, obviously. But that's the kind I was looking at. There's.
What are the positive ways that you can think of that?
It makes society step back and whatever's they're demonstrating, take a hard look at it. Is it something that needs to be improved? Is it something that society can do, whatever the demonstration's about? I mean, somebody's bringing this demonstration up because they feel that there's a problem there, so they're trying to bring it up to so everybody, I guess the political people deal with it. So that would be a good thing for a demonstration. Maybe things will improve, whatever the improvements is supposed to be. I don't know,
Yeah.
It's a general way of looking at it, I guess.
And some of the negative things? You think?
Negative things would be, well, obviously, with the different protests and stuff, a few things happened that probably would have been nice if it didn't happen, you know what I mean? Some of the excess of protesting. I'm trying to be thoughtful here, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there was destruction of property. That's always a bad thing. Sometimes, that's not good. So,
Did you? I started this line of questioning intending to ask about your job, if you were still on the job as a fire captain when a lot of that stuff was happening.
No, I retired 6 years ago, so it was,
Whether you call them demonstrations, protests, riots,
whatever.
Yeah. Do you think that was handled by the various government agencies properly?
I think it just took everybody off guard and people weren't prepared and things happen, you know what I mean? Stuff happens and, I'm sure there's enough pointing to go around to everybody. I have no, I guess
No strong opinions either way about it, really, or?
No, because I wasn't living in the city then, and it's like, I guess I was in my own little world, retirement world, So, how that goes,
31 years, you're entitled to go live retirement, right?
Yeah, So.
There was this chart of questions with agree or not agree. Do you remember doing that?
On the questionnaire?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure I filled it out.
Yeah.
What was on there?
This was a long time ago. I don't expect you to have perfect recall.
I remember stuff pretty good.
Yeah, okay. One of the things that you were asked about is because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions that they make while on duty. And you circled somewhat disagree. You want me to
say that again?
Yeah. You probably want me to.
Okay.
So you put somewhat disagree that because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions that they make.
I don't know if I was looking if on the fire department. See, if we're out in the field and something's going on, generally in the fire department, it's command is in charge, like the captain, if there's firefighters, if something's going on in that scene, usually the firefighters can object to it, but usually it's after the scene you have a fireside chat and you sit around and then they can bring up all their questions they had that could have made it better or whatever. Was I thinking about when they're actually doing the job at the time? What was it?
Yeah, it's a tough worded question.
I don't know what I was thinking of that. I know that when you're out in the field, generally with any military organization, fire, police and stuff, they kind of give a lot of leeway to the person in charge, you know what I mean?
Right.
And they're guiding, and then you don't, when there's something going down at the time, they usually don't, try to force their senior officer to do something else, you know what I mean? They're, after the fact you bring it up.
And the way this one is worded, and
So-
it talks about not second guessing, and you said you somewhat disagree with that. So
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, right. Not second guessing. Oh, yeah, it's, people can, not everybody looks at some situation and, you may second guess what they're doing. It's possible. Yeah, I've second guessed what chiefs did all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes there was nothing I can do but do what they wanted anyways because they were in charge.
Yeah.
But you second guess people a lot, and sometimes you can bring it up, but it doesn't do you any good. And then sometimes there's people that listen to your subordinates because they are very knowledgeable and stuff, and then you change your mind. So I guess
and maybe even the term second guessing there, that's kind of hard to apply as well.
Yeah, I'm not really.
Let me ask you the question this way. Like firefighters, police officers have dangerous jobs, right? You agree with that?
Yep, they can. Yep, sure.
But does that excuse us from looking back and evaluating what an officer or a firefighter did when they were on the job?
No, we're always training, reevaluating ourselves, readjusting ourselves. We make mistakes all the time. It's just the way it is. It's, some of it's not as bad as others. Some it's worse. It's like, like you say, and things are the way they are. You know what I mean?
As the captain, I assume you make some decisions that others have to follow.
That's correct.
And equally apply to your own decisions that maybe have to be reviewed later and evaluated?
I change my mind all the time with my decisions. I always value the people underneath me. I was never one of those captains that you don't do it that way. I was always willing to, because as long as the job got done and everybody did a good job and they stayed professional and stuff, I was okay with them doing it their way. So I'm pretty open-minded about stuff like that, I guess.
Okay. One of the other questions was, people today do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. And you answered, somewhat agree. Do you recall that?
I would somewhat agree on that.
Okay.
Somewhat agree on that.
Tell me why.
I mean, you can. Yeah, I think I somewhat agree on that. You know what I mean? Just the way it is.
Why?
It's society. It's just the way it is. I mean, it's not any particular group, any particular anything. It's just, I guess we're just, I don't know, we're a little more relaxed, our society than it used to be, you know what I mean? We're not so, there's more knowledge and more information, everything else out there, so that plays a part in it too, I think, and it's...
Yeah, also, what do you mean by we're a little more relaxed now?
Well, as far as, years ago, you worked the same job for 30 years all the time like I did, and years ago you did this, you did that, you never went outside the box. It was more, our society was a lot more structured. Now we just have a lot more things going on, a lot more information, a lot more this and that. And I think there's, we were probably, our society was driven certain directions years ago, like with the military or whatever it was, and things kind of changed a little bit over the years. I'm not saying it's always bad or always good or what, but it has.
So, going back to this question, you think that maybe police officers aren't getting the respect they deserve like they used to?
I would say if I had to give you a percentage, I don't know what the percentage is, but I bet it's probably, it might be 1% less respect than they got 20 years ago. I don't know. I'm just saying. I just reached at something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I didn't really have a lot of information behind it when I answered that question. I just think, as a general rule, I think that probably 51% of the population probably thinks they don't get enough respect if they do. That's all I say.
That's why you put somewhat agree.
That's why I put somewhat agree. It's probably just a little bit that way, but it's I don't feel strongly about it one way or another.
Yeah.
So.
You were asked a question about Black Lives Matter. Do you remember that question?
Yeah, I really don't know a lot about the group. I really haven't been paying attention to stuff like I should, you know what I mean? I probably should pay attention to things more. So I really don't know what I put on there, but I probably put down there. I don't know if I have a slightly positive or negative, or I probably put neutral on it because I don't know nothing about it, you know what I mean? So.
You actually checked somewhat unfavorable.
Did I write that down?
Yeah, and you indicated that it seems the group could work harder to stop inner city gun crimes. Do you think we have a problem now with inner city gun crimes?
Well, I think so. There is. You know what I mean? So.
And you think that group could do more to?
They could probably work harder on that area. Yes.
Do you think that group is associated with some of the demonstrations or protests or riots that led to some of that property damage we talked about earlier?
I don't think it was any particular group. I think it was the moments of what went down and what happened, and everybody wanted to come out and vent and say how they felt about something and come together as a community or a society or whatever and make change. I don't think it was any particular group or anything. I don't want to point fingers at any groups because, it looks like most people would have an input in it, you know what I mean? So.
Mr. Gray talked about his client and trying to make sure they get a fair trial for Ms. Potter. You recall that? You understand that the state is a party to this case as well, right?
Right.
The state has the right to a fair trial as well.
Yep.
Is that something you think is important?
Oh, definitely it's important.
As a juror, of course, you're a neutral party, right? You're in the middle.
Yes.
Do you think you can provide a fair and impartial trial as a juror to both sides?
I definitely feel I can. I definitely want it to be. I want it to be fair. You know what I mean? I do. I'll definitely do my best on that.
Do you have any concerns that if you're a juror in this case, how a verdict might be received by the former people that you worked with in the police department or the fire department?
Not at all. No, not at all. I really feel in this, I think whatever the jury decides, I think it's going to be fair. That's why I look at it. It's going to be fair and fair and just. That's what we want. So I'm going with the system. That's what it's going to be, and that's what I feel. And it's. So I don't feel. I think people, that's all people want. I don't care who you are, if you're a citizen or a firefighter or who you are. That's what you want, you know.
Mayor, can I have a moment, please? Excuse me. Okay, thank you, Juror Reed. I have no further questions. We'll pass the jury.
Okay. Juror number 8, you will be on this jury. Okay, I'm sorry. You're dismissed from this panel.
Okay.
But I really appreciate the fact that you came in and everything else. It was wonderful meeting you, and you are done with jury service, okay?
Oh, great.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, for the record, the state exercised a peremptory strike on juror number 8. Okay. Okay, juror number 9, welcome. Please have a seat. And would you please remove your mask? Okay. All right, thank you for filling out the questionnaire. I know it was a little long. I don't really have that many questions, follow-up questions for you. Okay. You indicated in response to question number 2 that that question is, from what you've heard, seen, read, do you have a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter? And you checked the answer somewhat negative and stated she was an officer for a very long time and she made a grave mistake. I guess my question to you is this. We want jurors to decide the case, the question of whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. based solely on the evidence in the case and my instructions of law, and not on general impressions that you may have, would you be able to set aside any general impressions that you may have and keep an open mind and listen to the evidence and decide the case based on only that evidence?
I believe I would be open to listening to all evidence presented in the courtroom. I have heard a small amount. I don't often watch the news, so I've seen very small or little coverage of the story. But I do believe I would not be biased towards the case in a sense. You'd like me to elaborate further?
Do you want to elaborate further? You can if you like.
No, I don't have much more to say on the matter.
Okay. You stated that your friend's shop was broken into during one of the demonstrations, and he had inventory stolen. I guess my question to you is this. You talked to your friend, and he or she was upset about that. Correct?
Yes, very much so. A friend of mine, I've known him for about a decade, since 2011. He, after the civil rights protests in the city of Minneapolis, his shop was raided. He then spent a year rebuilding his inventory and redesigning the shop. And then after this incident, the protests again, he was targeted at his shop. And it was a point of frustration after he had built back the back up his shop and inventories and whatnot. So he was directly related to this, so
Okay. And
affected by it.
All right. And I take it you felt bad for him because he was a friend, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Again, I'm going to ask you this. Can you decide this case based upon the evidence and not have any sympathy or whatever concern for your friend without regard to that?
If I'm being 100% honest, I don't think it's my relationship with my friend and what happened to him that would decide my viewpoint on the case. I think it would be more of just my opinion on what had happened. I don't think that I would be so persuaded to not want to hear the evidence because I don't know a lot about the case.
Okay.
So I don't think my relationship to my friend would persuade me in one direction or the next. So,
in other words, what happened to your friend is not going to make you tend to vote not guilty or guilty.
No,
Is that accurate?
and alone would not. No.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that police officers are more likely to respond with force when confronting a black suspect than when dealing with the white suspect. And you circled strongly agree. Could you elaborate on your answer?
I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to make observations. I have had people of color, friends of mine, directly face law enforcement in a way that I have not, just from my own personal life experiences. I feel that one has to question, is there racial bias? I think that's something that all of us question to an extent. So I just think the tone set for a traffic arrest varies based on your race. I think that's reality that we face. So I don't specifically remember answering that question, but if you're asking me right here, I think it does make a difference. So yeah.
Okay, you've observed situations where that was true, but can you keep an open mind and listen to the evidence in this case before coming to a conclusion on whether or not that happened here or not?
Although I do believe that is reality that a lot of officers face, or current political climate or in our country, but I would want to hear any and all evidence before making a judgment. I wouldn't have my mind set 100% prior to the case. I do believe that everyone should have equal and fair opportunity. I know nothing about the defendant. I don't know who she is. I don't know anything about her family. None of that. So I would like to hear evidence presented before I would just make up my decision, yes.
Okay. Finally, in response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror in this case, you checked not sure. Do you still feel that way?
I just wanted to come and be honest with my answering and questioning, and then just let the cookies crumble as they may. I'm not leaning towards yes or no.
I take it you've never served on a jury
Never,
before?
no.
Okay.
No.
All right. And what was your reaction when you got your jury summonses?
It was very surprising. You know, you don't think it will happen to you until it does. It was actually sent to a former address where I had lived. So my friend that his shop got broken into was actually his home that he owns, and I was renting from him. So I had moved and updated my address, and about a month later he told me that I had received this packet, didn't know what it was, opened it, first time I had been summoned for a jury. So it was surprising, to say the least. Especially a case of this nature was surprising. I have had the ability to, or opportunity to live abroad throughout my life, and I do have many foreign friends who are aware of this case that have brought it up to me without me mentioning it. So it's a lot of, it was surprising, to say the least.
Do you still live in Hennepin County?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you willing to serve?
If the prosecution and defense chooses me, I would. My work is small in nature. I don't have much backup to cover it, but if I'm selected for jury, I don't believe I would say no. So yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paul Lang. I have some questions on behalf of Mrs. Potter, Officer Potter.
Okay.
You know, you sound hesitant as we sit here about serving, and that's kind of just a intuitive feeling I have about it after listening to several other jurors too. And am I right in thinking that you're a little hesitant? Just curious.
I don't necessarily know how to answer that. I do know because of my personal work, I have clients to attend to, and I don't know how that would fill out or play out in my own personal life. As far as the case itself, I don't know if you'd want to select me.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was asking. That's what I thought. And maybe you can tell me why.
Excuse me, Mr. Lee, I don't think your microphone is on.
It is on.
Oh, okay.
Well, why wouldn't I select you? Why wouldn't I want to select you?
Full disclosure, I have heard the age of the, can I use the word victim or the...
You can use Mr. Wright if you like.
Mr. Wright.
How's it? Mr. Wright would be fine.
And then I've also heard that Miss Potter has been an officer for quite some time. And me sitting here, I don't know what evidence I could hear that would change my mind per se, but then again, that's hard for me to say without hearing any evidence at all. I've heard very minor news on the case itself, so...
Well, it sounds like you kind of made up your mind a little bit. It's okay if you say that too. I mean, we all kind of have opinions about things. I mean, if you've already kind of made up your mind on certain things, it's all right. I mean, it's okay for you to say that. You have permission to say that, if that's kind of what you're telling us.
That, I think you've identified it quite accurately. This is a new experience for me, but I do believe I do have some biases against your client, and that I guess I'm curious to hear evidence as to what would personally change my mind on the story and what happened, what transpired.
I mean, the sort of a cart before the horse problem that we have. The problem is that we have to have a clean slate going in.
Yeah, I understand.
Before we start, and then you hear things, and so the clean slate is that you don't have an opinion or don't have a bias, as you would say, and it's okay to have a bias. Again. So that's what we're trying to inquire here. I mean, I can get into all the details of your questionnaire. I have 10 questions for you, but I'd just like to cut to the heart of the matter.
Yeah, absolutely.
And have you tell us whether, given what you know about the case, given her age, given the age of Mr. Wright, given what you've read, given your friends who've talked to you about the matter, you can be unbiased here. That's the question.
I guess the main concern for me would be, in all honesty, how, if you are a seasoned officer, it's almost like getting in a car crash. If you're about to get in a crash, you know the difference between the brake and the gas. And if you don't know the difference between a taser and a rifle, or not a rifle, but a pistol, I then question your judgment and your expertise. And to convince me differently, that would be the whole point of the defense. And
well, she has no obligation to convince you of anything, really. I mean,
absolutely.
She doesn't. At a trial, she would testify, but maybe you're not going to be at the trial. But I mean, she doesn't have to. We don't have to do anything. I mean, they have to prove this to you. She has no obligation to say anything.
I know.
Well, I mean, are you going to be are you biased to a point where you would not be fair here? That's the end question that the judge would ask you, or the state would ask you, and I've just asked you.
I think that if you can find other juror that would be 100% unbiased, I would not be your best selection. So I can say that, yes. Okay. But I don't think that many people out there wouldn't have any bias towards this case. I don't have much more to say about it.
May I pause, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Juror 9, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just going to interrupt just for a couple of questions I wanted to ask you to sort of follow up on what you've been answering, because we get your answers and we understand that you're being candid, and we really appreciate that. But the bottom line is, we all have biases, right? And I think you recognize you have some biases about the case because of what you know, right?
Yes.
And a lot of jurors are going to have information about the case. The question is, can you set that aside? And when you serve as a juror, you listen to that evidence you look forward to hearing and make a decision based on what happened here in the courtroom in a fair and impartial manner. That's the question, really. And you're the only one that can tell us this, right? So just a candid question about, I'll tell you why I asked, because in your jury questionnaire you were asked, can you set aside your bias, passion, prejudices, and decide this only on the evidence? And you wrote yes. No equivocation there. So, yes, you recognize you have these biases. And recognize that is a big part of dealing with it, right? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do acknowledge the bias. I also believe in a fair trial, no matter what the case. So I do want to hear both sides, defense and prosecution. So I do believe that I would be able to not draw a conclusion 100% by just what I believe now. I do honestly believe to a fair trial and the defense's ability to put the case up there. And so yes, I acknowledge the bias, but I do not believe that I'm so hardcore set in stone in what I believe. I'm sure there's many other factors that will come into play in the actual trial. So
yeah,
yes.
In your questionnaire you were asked about these very important principles of law. The presumption of innocence. The burden of proof is ours, not the defendant's at all, right?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
And the burden of proof being beyond a reasonable doubt. And you would have to apply that, and you said you would in your questionnaire. So the question today, and again, only you can answer this, is can you set aside that previous information, decide the case carefully based on the evidence you hear in the case in a fair and impartial manner?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And by believe so, because we're Midwesterners and we talk like that, but do you think you would do that?
Yes, I would do that. Yes.
That's all the voir dire I have at this point.
Thank you so much for your honesty, and thank you for coming here today. You're dismissed from this panel, all right? So you're done with jury duty. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, for the record, I granted the defense request for a strike for cause. This juror admitted that he was biased against a defendant. He questioned how a seasoned police officer could not know the difference between a taser and a gun. And I think he was being honest when he said that. I don't believe he was rehabilitated by leading questions from the prosecutor. Okay, we're bringing in a new group now. please be seated? All right, good afternoon, panel members. I'm Regina Chu, and I'll be the presiding judge in this trial. First of all, I want to start out by saying thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such an important civic obligation. These are, of course, not normal times. These are extremely trying times. So it is with extra heartfelt appreciation from the entire judicial system that we say thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial in unusual, trying times is the American way. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors are our heroes. You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work to make sure our justice system moves forward, even in the midst of a pandemic. You are upholding the Constitution, the very foundation of our democracy, and we could not do this without you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we can do is do our civic duty by serving as jurors. Our justice system would not work without good citizens like you. I'm saying thank you again because I really can't say it enough. As you know, this is a criminal case, and in this case, the state of Minnesota has charged the defendant, Kimberly Potter, with the following charges. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm. And that charge alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 alleges second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Dante Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. This plea denies the charges and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by A.G. Keith Ellison, Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, and Mr. Josh Larson. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray and Mr. Paul Ing and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. And will the defendant please rise? Thank you. I have two clerks that will be helping me throughout this trial. You may have met them already. Mr. Zach Kramer and Ms. Jessica Bauer. They're responsible for all the administrative matters that need to be done during this trial. Now, if you want to send a message to me of a personal nature, please let my staff know, and they'll make sure I get the message. And then sitting in front of me is Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter, and she's responsible for taking down all the testimony and keeping a formal record of the trial. That means when you respond to questions, you must speak loudly and clearly so our court reporter can make an accurate record of the proceedings. If your answer is yes or no, you must answer orally instead of shaking your head. And please refrain from saying uh-huh or because that doesn't come out on the record. All right, with respect to masks, please wear your mask while you're in the courtroom, and you're required to also wear your mask in all areas of the courthouse. The attorneys also are required to wear their masks. They are allowed to remove their masks when they're questioning from the podium. Okay? Now, we're about to start voir dire, which is jury selection. There's going to be two parts to the voir dire. I'm going to start out by asking you general questions as a group. You don't need to respond to the general questions orally. I'm just going to ask you to raise your hands. Then, what will happen after the general questions, I will do individual voir dire. I'll excuse all the panel members except one from this courtroom, and we'll question you individually, and you'll be questioned in the witness box behind the plexiglass. And I'll ask you to remove your mask when you're in the witness box. Okay. Please note that we can't usually control the courtroom temperature very well, so remember to dress in layers, okay? You are also allowed to bring a beverage into the courtroom as long as it has a cover on it. Now, there may be delays that occur during this trial. Of course, we'll take lunch. There will be breaks in the morning and the afternoon. There may be other breaks too, and I want to apologize in advance for any delays that might occur during this trial. I try to deal with all legal matters with the attorneys before you come to court or after you leave in the evening, but sometimes things come up that we didn't anticipate, and that's what I'm apologizing for if that should happen, so I hope you understand. At this point, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions. There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case. I'm going to give you some of those rules now. In the questioning that will take place, you may be asked whether you will accept and follow the rules of law that I give you, and you should have these instructions in mind when you answer those questions. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the defendant has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American justice system is that the jury determines whether the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American juries do in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, to make sure that both the defendant and the state receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it's going to be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you some questions. Remember that you will be under oath when you answer our questions and that you must answer truthfully. You know, this questioning is a very important part of the process. All of us hold personal beliefs and all of us have had things happen to us. Our goal in jury selection is to try to determine whether or not you hold some opinion so strongly, or if something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would interfere with your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this type of a case. In other words, a personal opinion or a life experience that would essentially prevent you from listening to the evidence in the case and deciding this case solely on the evidence. Please don't take any offense to the questions you are asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal lives. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that the jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence. Fair means you will base your verdict on the evidence in this case and not on anything that is not presented in this case. We want you, of course, to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your obligation is to answer the questions honestly and tell us of anything, even if you are not directly asked, that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Some of you that are called to be questioned will be excused from this case. Please don't take any offense to that. I hope you will understand. At this point, I will ask that all of you stand up and raise your right hand while my clerk swears you in under oath.
Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, I do.
Okay, please be seated. Thank you. All right, I'm going to start with the group questions now. And again, please don't respond out loud. Just raise your hand. Do any of you have any serious concerns about your health? If you were called to be a juror in this case, please raise your hand. Okay, no hands were raised. Second question. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has the burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. Are you willing to do this? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Oh, okay, all hands are raised. If you're chosen as a juror, I'll instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all possibility. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with that principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. There will be police officers who will testify in this case, as well as other witnesses. I'm going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable, and it's basically a matter of common sense. But things to look at are, how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? And what is the relationship of the witness to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would automatically believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is in law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because of his or her position? Please raise your hand. Okay, no hands are raised. Now, before you came in here, you were given a list of possible witnesses. They may not all testify, but my question to you is this. Please raise your hand if any of you know any of the witnesses on the list. And I'd like you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. Okay, no hands were raised. Do any of you have trouble hearing or understanding what I'm saying? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Okay, let me give you an idea of what the schedule is going to be. We will start with opening statements and the trial by December 8, and we expect to be finished before Christmas Eve. That is our best estimate. Now, don't be concerned if we don't finish by Christmas Eve. I intend to take Christmas Eve and that weekend off and start the following Monday on December 7 if we are not done. So you don't have to worry about missing Christmas with your family and friends. As far as day-to-day, the trial will be conducted from 9 o'clock to either 4:30 or 5 o'clock. There will be a 20-minute break in the morning, about approximately 10:30. and a 20-minute break in the afternoon, but we typically try to take a break by 3 o'clock or 3:15. And there will be a lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30. Okay, so that'll be our typical trial day. Now, please remember, while court is in recess, you must not talk to anyone involved in this case, nor should you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, you might see the attorneys or parties in the hallways. Don't take offense if they don't stop and say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in this case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that rule could jeopardize this trial, and this prohibition will continue until a verdict has been rendered. And of course, do not do any research about this case. Don't do anything as far as social media on this case. And I will remind you about that from time to time. Okay, at this point, members of the panel, I'm going to ask that everyone leave, follow the deputy out, except for juror number 10. Okay, juror number 10, will you please come up and take a seat right next to me in the witness box? And will you please remove your mask?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How are you doing today?
Doing fine.
Okay. Thank you for being so patient.
Yes,
We were a little bit behind. I just have a couple of follow-up questions on your questionnaire. You indicated that you have a very negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. And your answer is, I feel this way because with as much experience on the force, she should know the difference between a taser and a gun. You also have a somewhat negative general impression of Dante White. And you indicated, I feel this way, he should not have been shot, but his choices he made were incorrect. My question to you is this. Of course, you've heard things and you've formed some opinions about the parties in this case, and that's perfectly okay. But if you're chosen as a juror in this case, you have to put that aside and decide this case based solely on the evidence that is presented in this case, and you must follow the law and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner. Would you be able to do that?
I would definitely be fair, but I just... I'm sorry. Yeah, I would definitely be fair about the case.
Okay.
I just think everybody got an opinion, and
right.
What she did and he did, I don't say it was right for nobody, but it's what it is.
Right. So, even though you might have an opinion right now, you can set that aside, listen to the evidence, and decide the case solely on the evidence presented.
I would definitely do that, but I never talk about this type of stuff or politics and stuff, and I'm uncomfortable with being on a jury and stuff like that because it just ain't me.
I understand.
I don't think I've been through a lot this year. My wife 6 months ago had COVID on a ventilator. Now she just went through 6 months ago with double this sacrament with cancer. I just don't feel comfortable up here dealing with this.
Okay.
I got a lot of other things on my mind.
All right. So, You've got a lot of things going on in your personal life,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Can you tell me again what they are?
But, based out the last 6 months, I almost lost my wife twice. And I'm just, I got selected to this, then I'm worried about this, I'm worried about her going through chemo and all that stuff, so.
Okay, so your wife has cancer.
She just had double disectomy, whatever
Okay.
you call it. And
All right.
she went through she was in a coma for a month and a half with this
All right.
COVID stuff. All this happened within 6 months, so
Okay.
I'm just going through a lot. But I'll be fine. If I get selected, I guess I have to understand and do what I got to do.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. I hope
I
that
just-
she's doing better.
And then another thing, I work for the jail. I'm a food service supervisor at the kind of workhouse out in Plymouth, Park Lake there. I deal with a lot of inmates, and I live in Champlain, and I just don't, a lot of people know me, and I just won't feel comfortable being a juror.
Can you explain why you would feel uncomfortable being a
Because
juror?
people that might sit there might know me. I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like I'm well known, not in a bad way, but a good way.
Okay. You're concerned that other jurors will know you, or who?
Just people just come in and sit in the jury.
Okay.
Like their family or her family. I don't know. Somebody might know me.
Okay. Well, do you know any of the Potter family?
I don't know nobody, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that what I heard on the news, she don't live that far from me.
Okay.
So
And do you know any of the Wright family?
I don't know nobody from, but I know Brooklyn Park ain't that far from where I live.
Okay.
So I don't know. Somebody might know me and recognize me.
All right. You don't know any of the other
I don't know
jurors?
I don't know no jurors. I ain't never seen nobody.
Okay.
Nobody. I never know.
All right.
Yeah.
But you feel uncomfortable because you feel that other people might recognize you?
But that's just not it. I just, it's just hard for me to deal with this extreme. I'm not used to this, it just be tough.
Yeah, you've never served on a jury.
I never served on a jury. I never had to be asked questions,
Okay.
stuff like that. And that just means, like, when people talk about politics, I get away from it. People talk about black and white stuff, I get away from it because it don't concern me. And I just try not to get into that fighting bid with other people and stuff like that. I just never was like that.
I totally get that.
I just never was like that.
This part of the trial is uncomfortable for a lot of people because you're not used to being questioned.
Yeah.
And I don't know any jurors that, find this to be a pleasant situation.
I understand what you're saying, but
And I hope you understand why we have to do it.
it's fine, but I do my best to do the best thing I can to make it fair for both parties. I will never judge nobody either way.
Okay.
I would, but I'm just not comfortable, but
Well, it's natural to not be comfortable. This is a totally different situation that you've never experienced.
Yeah.
And it's okay. Everybody feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, I do. I just got so much. I got so much going on. Almost about to lose my wife a couple times this year.
Right.
And I just rather get my mind back on something else than this.
Now your wife is doing better?
Yeah, she got better. Now I was at the doctor with her all day over there. And I've been here earlier. She had to go in because he had the genetic testing and all that stuff. And they talking about chemo, taking this pill. It's a lot of stuff on my mind right now.
Okay. Let me ask you this, number 10. Let me ask you this. Given the health problems that your wife is undergoing and you're concerned about them legitimately, are you going to be thinking about that the whole time if you're chosen as a juror? Or can you concentrate on the evidence?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say because I don't know if we're going to come back or not,
Okay.
I don't know. I think I can get over, but I can't promise you that.
All right. I guess what I am trying to get at is, will your concerns about your wife's health prevent you from listening to the evidence in the case?
No, ma'am. I would definitely always listen because it's important for both parties, right? And what's her name?
Potter.
It's important for both of them, and I do understand that. I don't like to see nobody get killed or nobody go to jail for 15, 20 years. That's something I don't wish on nobody. Like, you know, I just want whatever happened. I want to come back and people do the right thing. You know, that's all. Just do the right thing and make, you know.
Right. Okay, thank you for that.
I just pray to God. Let God deal with it.
You know, I should tell you that I talk to jurors all the time after they come to a verdict, and every one of them, even though they didn't really want to serve, they were really glad they did. And they tell me that they learned a lot and that they stepped away from service as a juror with the renewed respect for the system of
respect
justice.
jury 100%. I just won't be.
I understand.
I respect that. That's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it takes you out of your normal routine. It's inconvenient. You have to come downtown. I don't think we pay you enough for parking. I know, so.
Yeah, I'm the type of guy I hate going downtown.
Yeah.
I hate doing this. Like my wife dropped me off because I didn't want to drive in down park. I ain't been downtown in many years.
Yeah.
I moved away from Minneapolis in 2006. I ain't been down here unless I'm going to the doctor.
Okay.
So everything looked different to me. It changed. So
Yeah.
I don't want to be down here. Then you got these people riding and stuff. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, I totally understand. I think a lot of people would feel the same way you do. You said that you would have difficulty looking at graphic photographs or video, including photos or video of a person who has died. Now, if you were chosen as a juror and you had to do that, would you do that?
I feel like I wouldn't have a choice, but I don't like doing it. I don't like looking at bullet holes and
Yeah.
I stay away from that. I don't even like the.
I think most people wouldn't like it.
That's just me, you know.
Okay, but if you're chosen as a juror and it was your duty to look at those photographs and videos, would you do it?
Yes, ma'am. I respect the court to give them the honors and be truthful about everything.
Okay.
Yes, I will not sit up here and lie on the oath.
All right, and lastly, there was a question. Do you want to serve as a juror? And you said no. Why do you feel that way? And you indicated my feelings are for my safety. The way everything has gone down with George Floyd in this case, I worry for my safety. Can you?
Not only that.
Do you still feel that way?
People, you know, they want to ask. You know, everywhere you go, even when they're over with, they want to talk about it. And I'm not the type of guy to deal with that type stuff. So I rather just not have part of it because I don't want to be in the middle of that. I don't want to be in the middle. My life is. I just deal with God and just live a good life. I don't want to be dealing with negatives. I'm always about positive, and I don't want to deal with nothing negative.
Okay. I should tell you that you are not required, if you serve as a juror, you're not required to talk to anybody about this case.
And I respect that, and I won't because I know it can enter the case. So I have to do what I have to do, but I'd rather not even go through that.
Okay, I know.
Yes.
But if the parties believe that you would be a fair juror in this case and they picked you to serve, would you serve?
I would do, I guess I have to do it. I ain't going to jail. I would, yes, I have to. I guess. I don't want to go to jail.
You wouldn't go to jail if you just, if you were,
I just, it gets tough.
yeah.
That'll be tough.
Okay. But would you do it if the parties picked you as a juror?
I ain't gonna sit up here and lie to you. I'd rather not, but I guess I will.
Okay. And I know you're reluctant, but you would do your civic duty, right?
I'll do my duty.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ng?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
One
How
of
are
the-
you?
Paul Eng is my name. I'm one of the lawyers for Mrs. Potter,
Yes.
Mr. Potter, with Earl Grey, Amanda Montgomery. On the one hand, you would serve. On the other hand, you have a lot going on in your life.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that service here would be a hardship upon you because of your wife's medical condition?
Yes, sir.
And it would be fair to say as well that you're worried about your personal safety if you were to be picked as a juror. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I just don't want nobody to find out I was on the jury and then they go either way and then it'd be a problem. I don't know.
Well,
I
right
hear
now we're
things about juries, so I don't want to be.
Yeah, so right now we're anonymous, but when the trial ends, eventually the jurors' names get released, and then
Yes.
Are you worried that are you worried for your personal safety no matter what your decision is?
True.
Okay, so
Yes,
if you
yes.
acquit, if you find that the evidence is insufficient and not proven for Officer Potter and you find her not guilty, you're worried about ramifications for that, I assume.
Yes.
At the workhouse where you work,
Yes.
in the population up in Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park.
Yes, and I work with a lot of inmates. I got 17 inmates in my kitchen.
And your
They comes and
concerns,
goes.
your concerns about your personal safety are on your mind right now.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would rather not be here.
Yes, sir.
And you can be excused if you say it's a hardship or you can't serve in a fair fashion. That's all you got to say.
I can't, probably.
Pardon me?
I probably can't.
You probably can't.
Yep.
I mean, all you got to say is you can't.
I can't.
Yeah, use the microphone.
Okay. Juror number 10, you are excused. Okay? So you're done with jury duty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much for your honesty.
I'm sorry, but yes.
Totally understand.
Thank you.
Okay.
Y'all have a wonderful day. God bless everybody. Yes.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what do I do now?
You're done.
Do I go back to the room?
No, you can go anywhere you want.
Well, do I turn this in?
Yes, the deputy will get that
okay.
from you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, for the record, the parties agreed that juror number 10 could be excused for cause because he has concerns for his own safety should he be on this jury, and his wife is very ill and has personal problems. Oh, yeah. It's all right, we're going to take a 20-minute break.
Yes, Judge.
I think number 14 has postponed as well, right? Is it 13? Okay, it's 13, not 14. Okay.
We have our next juror on the stand.
Oh, hello. How are you doing? Would you please remove your mask? Okay. Thank you for being so patient. I know that you've been waiting a long time. I just have a couple of questions for you. On question number 10, I'm going to read the question and then what your answer was. No matter what you've heard or seen in this case, and no matter what opinions you might have formed, can you put all of that aside and decide this case only on the evidence you receive in court, follow the law, and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner? And your answer was, I am sure I will have to. Okay? Could you explain what you meant by that?
I think I'm just such a law follower that I just, would have to.
Okay, so you would follow the instructions of the court and say, no matter what opinions you might have had of the parties, and no matter what you've heard about this case, you can decide the case only on the evidence presented in court. Okay, thanks.
Excuse me, Your Honor, could you speak into the mic? We can't.
You want me to say it again?
Oh, yeah, he just wanted you to speak into the microphone.
I said I'm such a rule follower that I believe that I would have to.
And you would?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you stated that a friend or family friend was a victim of a fatal stabbing in Minneapolis, and it was a close friend. Were the police called in connection with that?
Yes.
And what was were you there at the time it happened?
I was not.
Okay. How long ago did it happen?
It's been at least 5 years now.
And did this friend recover from the stabbing?
No.
So he or she is in still very bad physical condition?
No, she passed away.
From the stabbing?
Yeah.
Okay. And did the culprit who did this, was he or she ever found?
Yes.
And what happened to?
He was found guilty.
Okay. And he went to prison?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with police in connection with that stabbing?
No.
Okay. Was it a she?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever express any dissatisfaction with how the police handled it?
No.
Okay. Did you think that justice was done in that case?
Yes.
Is there anything about that case that makes you think, I really shouldn't sit on this jury at all because it involves someone who died?
I believe that I'll be, listen to the evidence in this case. Every case is different. So.
Okay. So you can be fair and impartial in this case, even though your friend was murdered, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you tell me you can?
I can.
Okay. Thank you. One of the questions on the questionnaire was, under our system of justice, a defendant is presumed innocent of the criminal charges against them. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? And you said, if it is required of me. You meant yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you answered the same way about the prosecution having the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And you would be able to follow that principle of law?
Yes.
Okay. On the ability to serve, you indicated that you're a single working person and will need to continue working to support yourself. Like I said before, this case is expected to go until we expect to be finished before Christmas Eve. Is that going to prevent you from serving on the jury?
I mean, I do work during the day, so I don't know how that's going to go.
Okay. Oh, I guess you have to speak up a little so counsel can hear you.
I work during the day, so if this is going to be going on during the day, I'd have to get off from work.
Okay. Are you able to get off work for this trial if you were chosen?
Possibly. I'd have to talk with work, yeah.
Okay. And you're not self-employed, correct?
No, I'm not.
All right. You haven't talked to your employer about getting off?
I've let them know that I was summoned for jury duty, but I don't know the outcome yet.
Okay. Well, they were supposed to let you off work for jury duty. Okay. So, do you think that's going to be a problem? Or don't you know at this point?
I don't know, but I mean, I think chances are good that I will be able to get off.
Okay. Now, you indicated I haven't seen very many dead people in response to the question if you have to look at photographs, graphic photographs, including photos and video of a person who has died. If you're chosen as a juror, I know nobody really likes to see that type of stuff, but would you be able to if you're chosen?
Yes.
Okay. In response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror? You said you're not sure. Okay. This will be something new for you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that I've talked to jurors after they've served, and I can tell you without exception, every single juror that I've talked to has told me that they found the experience to be rewarding, that they learned a lot, and that they stepped away from the experience with a renewed respect for our justice system. So I'm trying to tell you that I think you're going to like it. All right. I know it's difficult, it's inconvenient, and you're coming downtown and it takes you away from your normal activities, but are you willing to serve if you're chosen?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gray or Mr. Ng?
Good afternoon, number 11. We have to go by numbers. Can you think of anything that you should put in the questionnaire that you didn't think of when you answered the questions a couple months ago? Is there anything we should know about?
Not that I know of. No.
Okay. And Besides the questionnaire, is there anything we should know about your personal life or back life that would be helpful in us determining whether or not you can be a fair and impartial juror on a case such as this? No?
I don't think so, no.
All right. I'm going to ask a couple questions about your answers in the questionnaire, and then I'll sit down. But before I do that, you understand that because this is a criminal case, the state has the burden of proof. And because they have the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, they get to go first. Are you the type of person that will wait until you hear our case before you come to any conclusions? And can you do that?
Yes.
All right. Some of these questions seem simple to some people, but they have to be asked because once in a while they say, no, I'll decide it when the state rests their case. And that wouldn't be fair to Ms. Potter, obviously, would it?
Right.
Now, on question 10, page 5, you were asked, and I couldn't hear, and maybe Her Honor asked you this, I couldn't hear your response. No matter what you have heard or seen about this case, and no matter what opinions you might have formed, can you put all of that aside and decide the case only on the evidence you receive in court, follow the law, and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner? And your response was, I am sure I will have to. And that really doesn't answer the question. Would you do that? It would be a yes or no in my book.
So I put that just because I am such a rule follower that I if I'm told I have to do something, then I would.
So the answer would be yes if you're a rules follower, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And you have on, with respect to the military, Lance Corporal in the Marines. But you don't tell us who that is.
It's my brother.
Okay, is your brother?
Yeah.
And how long has he been in the Marines?
I think he just finished his term. So
Pardon?
He just finished his term.
Finished his term?
Yeah.
You don't know how long that would be?
No, then no longer.
All right. Are you close to your brother, or do you see him? Or?
He lives here, so I see him, when he's available.
All right. And where does he live, reside?
In Belle Plaine.
Belle Plaine, Minnesota?
Yep.
All right. And the same question with, under our system of justice, a defendant is presumed innocent of the criminal charges against them. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? And again, you say, if it is required of me. And it will be required of you, and you can do that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the work, if you do get off, will the employer pay you? Do you know?
I'm not sure on that part.
Can you afford to be off for a couple weeks if you don't get paid?
Not really.
Your last answer is that you're not sure if you want to serve as a juror. If you are selected, would you serve?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. Your Honor, will pass this juror.
Okay. Council, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Juror 11. Thank you for your patience with us today. I have a few follow-up questions I want to ask you about. There's a question in the questionnaire about how your community has been affected by any of the demonstrations that have occurred over the last year or so. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And do you recall what your answer was? I know you filled this out a while ago, so if you don't have perfect recollection, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't really remember what I put.
Yeah. You wrote negatively, I don't feel safe going out at night or to certain areas. You still feel that way?
Yes. Yeah. Do I need to go into why? Well, especially at work, because I work in Minneapolis. It's just been questionable, especially in that area.
Do you think that, what did you think about the demonstrations and the protests going on while it was happening?
It was scary because I live kind of in that area as well. So it was, I heard bullets, shots from in my house. So it was scary.
Very scary. Do you think that, do you associate those issues with any particular group or people?
I mean, you can't really tell who it was, so you can't say it was one group or another.
How do you think the city and state government responded to all that? What did you think of that?
I feel like it's a little more organized because again, at work, I did see how they handle the situation just right outside our windows, and it seemed like it was handled a little better.
It's easy to see all of that, and for you to see it firsthand, and think that there's kind of like a lawlessness going on out there. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Do you think that would affect your ability to be a juror in a case like this?
I would like to say that I'm impartial until I get the whole story, because there's always two sides to every story.
Okay. And so do you think you'd be able to leave your thoughts about that outside of the jury room, outside of the courtroom, and not bring that into how you make decisions in this case?
Yes. I do have to, just listen to what is presented here.
You paused a little, and I want to assure you that we're not judging you on your answers. Right? There's no right or wrong. It's just how you feel. That's
right.
We do this jury selection because not everybody is right for every case. Right.
Right.
So I want to make sure that your very understandable concerns about your safety and what happened in the past couple of years, you don't connect with what you would be doing here in the courtroom.
Right.
You can keep those two things separate?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Court reporter's taking everything down. So, and so there's sort of not like, what's the easiest way to say it? It's not a negative taste left in your mouth from those things that you just can't get rid of and would bring in here.
Right.
There was a question about Ms. Potter and the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And you wrote, "I respect the police and the law." Of course, nothing wrong with that. And it's in the question about anything about Ms. Potter and the Brooklyn Center Police Department that would make it difficult to be fair. And so you wrote, "I respect the police and the law." Can you just describe for us why you wrote that answer there?
I believe that the police do keep order. It does vary upon cases again, but I mean, there are mistakes sometimes, or things happen. But I do believe that police are there to keep order.
And they often do, right?
Right.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible that you can have respect for police and the law and still be a juror and hear evidence about a police officer's conduct out in the field?
Yes.
Do you think, as we talk about the defendant having a right to a fair trial, right? The state's a party to this case too, right?
Right.
The state should have a right to a fair trial as well, right?
Right.
So when we ask, can you be a fair and impartial juror, we really mean, can you be a fair and impartial juror for both sides?
Yes.
You think you can do that?
Yes.
I think the judge asked you earlier, if a police officer testifies, would you automatically believe them without regard, would you automatically believe them because they're a police officer? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And, I think you part of the group that said no to that. Do you think you can, respect the police and the law and still evaluate an officer's testimony like anybody else's?
Yes.
Having respect for the law, as I said, is good. Right? We like that. And part of the law is basing a decision only on what you hear in court. You can do that, right?
Yes.
And so you also answered there is that sort of like chart of questions and choices. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
The agree and not agree kind of
Yes.
thing. And it's a quiz, right? It was a lot to do. And there's a question about whether people give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. And you checked that you somewhat agree.
I think sometimes people, based on their experience, already have a bias too, and so then they just, either respect or don't respect. So I feel like people are biased sometimes, and that's why I answered it that way.
Okay. And that kind of ties in with, I think, a question I probably already asked you like a few minutes ago, right? Is, do you feel as a person you can feel that that officers maybe should get more respect than they do in general, but still evaluate fairly and with an open mind, the conduct of a police officer in a case like this?
So is this a yes or no answer?
I won't hold you to it. You can just, if you don't understand the question, I will try to rephrase it. But otherwise, you can answer it however you want.
Okay, can you rephrase it?
I can try, yeah. You may have this feeling that sometimes police officers maybe deserve more respect than they get. Is that a fair way to summarize?
I think everybody does deserve respect. Maybe not one person more than another, but because they are officers of the law, they should get some respect.
Because how else would the law be, I guess, like, how would everybody abide by the law if nobody respected police?
And but you think that sort of a general proposition.
Right.
You are willing to keep an open mind about whether any individual police officer acted properly.
Yes.
And do you think it's fair to, to consider whether an officer has acted properly, you as a person?
Yes.
Any individual officer, for instance?
Right.
Okay. You had the question about, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty. And you said you somewhat agree with that. Do you remember?
Yes. I think sometimes you just react, and sometimes it might be a wrong reaction, but mistakes happen. People make mistakes.
And sometimes mistakes are bigger than other mistakes.
Right.
Sometimes mistakes are actually errors.
Right.
Yeah, I object to this. It's improper way here. Going into evidence in this case.
Why don't we do a sidebar, please?
Okay, sorry about that. There's a couple of words I want to ask you about that are tied into these questions and answers, and I did that inartfully. I apologize. The question that we're talking about here is, it uses the term second guessing, and when you answered that you somewhat agree, what did you think the word second guessing meant when you answered the question?
I sometimes second guess myself, so I'm sure that with everybody's, when it comes down to a split second decision, you could make that, you have that split second thought, and then you just do with what decision you make at that moment.
Okay. And you use the term mistake, and that's what I was trying to ask you about. But let me ask you this way. In this case, with any jury, The judge gives instructions on what the law is. The judge defines the crimes alleged for you. And as a juror, and as a rule follower, you would follow the law that the judge gives you, correct?
Right.
And would you be willing and able to decide the facts of the case as a juror based solely on the judge's law and the facts you hear in the courtroom?
Yes.
And these very understandable notions that you have about mistakes and second guessing, would you be able to leave that out of your deliberations as you're working as a juror in this case?
I object to that. She has a right to her own personal opinion, and she.
Excuse me.
I object to
No.
it here.
No time objections, please. Okay, why don't you ask a different question, Mr. Frank?
So the bottom line, I guess, what we're getting at here, right, is when you serve as a juror, can you fairly apply the law the judge gives you and only the evidence you hear in this courtroom to arrive at a decision one way or another?
Yes.
Bear with me, I just gotta check my notes real quickly. Excuse me just a second. Thank you, Juror 11, for your patience with me. Thank you, Your Honor. We'll pass the juror.
Okay. Well, juror number 11, you will be on this jury. So we expect to start on December 8th, but you will receive a phone call telling you where to report, what time, and where. Okay? So you have a great evening. All right. Good night. Deputy, before you bring the next juror in, can you give me one moment? Okay. Okay, counsel, would you please take a look at juror number 14, particularly his answers on the ability to serve? Part 4, he's going to be going to university during that time, okay? And he'll be unable to attend his classes. And so I'm just wondering whether or not the parties want to agree that he can be stricken, or you want to question him. He also, please take a look at his answer to number 7 as well. Okay, Mr. Frank? His answer to number 7 is concerning as well.
So we come forward.
No.
Sure. I mean, I could ask him some follow-up questions on that. Okay, we're ready for juror number 14. Okay, hello, number 14. Please take a seat. And you may remove your mask, okay? Just have a couple questions for you. You responded to the questions about ability to serve, and in response to the questions relating to the time span that this is going to take, you said there was a significant hardship or reason why you couldn't, because you'll be going to university during this time. Okay, when do you start school?
I've already started.
Okay, and are you going to school full time?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go during the day?
Yeah.
Okay, what grade are you in?
I'm a sophomore.
Okay, and so you would be unable to attend your classes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I just had another question. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. And the question is, would you be able to follow this principle? And you said, no, I believe my biases would likely play a role as well as sympathy. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
I believe my my political leanings, along with the political leanings of my family, would affect the and would make me me biased, I guess.
Okay. Would either party like to ask questions of juror number 14?
Just one quick question. So I assume you have finals coming?
Yeah. Yes.
Coming up, would that be during this time then that you'd be doing finals?
Yes.
So this would really just kind of obliterate a whole semester for you.
Yes.
Agreed. Okay. All right. Well, good luck with your finals and good luck with school. You're excused from this jury.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Hello, number 15.
Hello?
Okay. Thank you for filling out this questionnaire. Will you please remove your mask? Okay, a couple of follow-up questions, all right? You stated that you have a somewhat negative and general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, that her actions seem careless and without regard for the possible fatal consequences. And that I guess what I need to know from you is whether or not you can listen to the evidence in this case and decide the case solely based on the evidence and not on some general impression you might have formed.
Yes, I do believe I can.
Okay. You said yes, absolutely, so that's a great answer. Okay, and you also indicated that you might not be able to render a fair and impartial verdict if Kimberly Potter had a history, a substantial history of abusive behaviors that violated standard practice. Again, if there was no evidence of that type that was admitted into trial, could you render a verdict based upon that?
Yes, I could.
Okay, so even if you heard that she did and it was not in evidence, you could base your decision on the evidence alone?
Yes.
Okay. Your maternal aunt and your uncle are both lawyers?
That's correct.
What type of lawyers are they?
My mother's sister practices family law, and her husband practices corporate law of some kind.
Okay, and neither has ever done any criminal law, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and your paternal cousin is a law student?
Mm-hmm.
And does he or she intend on doing criminal law?
I don't know that he's gotten that far yet.
Okay. Got to graduate first before that, huh? Okay. It looks like you spent a month volunteering for A.G. Keith Ellison's campaign. When did that happen?
That's correct. That would have been August of 2018.
Okay. Now, as you know, Mr. A.G. Ellison is representing the state in this case. Are you going to be able to overlook the fact that you volunteered for his campaign would indicate that you were in support of him for AG, correct?
Mixed.
Oh, can you explain that, please?
Sure. I was connected to Mr. Ellison's campaign through a connection I made while I was working in Europe. And I thought it would be a really good political opportunity to understand local politics at home. I was on the campaign for about a month, did not make any close connections, headed back to school in the fall.
Okay.
No offense, Mr. Ellison, it wasn't particularly about your candidacy.
Okay. So, am I understanding that the fact that you volunteered for his campaign, is that going to affect the way you look at the state's case?
Not at all.
Okay, so you wouldn't give the state's case more credibility just because Mr. Ellison is prosecuting this case, is that right? Okay, you're positive about that?
Absolutely positive.
Okay. I like your answer to the question about not listening to news accounts and not posting anything. Slightly tough to avoid social media coverage, but getting off Twitter for a bit would be good for you. Okay. So you could do that, couldn't you? Stay off social media?
Yes, completely.
And keep away from reading any news reports or podcasts about this case. Okay.
Yes.
So you want to be on this jury?
Sorry?
You want to be on this jury?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And you're willing to serve?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ng?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paul Eng. I'm with Earl Grey, Amanda Montgomery. We represent Officer Potter. And the part of the process is that I got to ask you questions as well, followed by my colleagues on the state. So, the last page of your questionnaire talks about accountability. Do you remember the answer to that question?
No.
I'll read it to you. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
Thank you.
The question is, do you want to serve on the jury for this case? You said yes, and then you have two paragraphs. The second one I want to ask you about, I believe, you quote, I believe accountability, fair accountability is important for a just and healthy society. It'd be an honor to participate. I believe in civil service so much that it's probably on my career path. My question is, fair accountability, what do you mean by that?
Accountability as rendered by the fair rule of law.
Well, one of the ways to look at fair accountability as a phrase would be to hold Officer Potter into account and to hold her responsible for what you believe she did. Is that what you were referring to on fair accountability by chance?
Not necessarily.
It's not. Tell me. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Not necessarily. It'd be more in reference to understanding the forces at work in regard to that situation. One of them being Officer Potter, but obviously not all of them. And understanding as a society and collective what led to that scenario.
Well, you understand that the task is a little simpler than that. It's really just to see if, presuming her innocent, which you can do, whether there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Of the crimes charged. That's your task, essentially.
Yes.
And so the sociology of all of this is of great interest to you and to the rest of us, but it really is not why we're here.
Of course.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But nonetheless, there is a context to the case, and you've written quite a bit about it in here. Right?
Yes,
okay.
I think so.
All right. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about what you've written. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. The first question is on the fourth page, and Judge Chu did refer you to this. You quote, or you checkmark the somewhat negative box And you say her actions seem careless and without regard for possible fatal consequences, but not intentionally malicious.
That's correct.
Can you help me with what you were saying there? I think I kind of know what you're saying, but can you interpret it for me?
I would say, as I wrote, that the actions did seem careless based on what I recall from the case, from just the media coverage. They also did not seem intentional to me. There did not seem to be an intent to permanently injure or kill Mr. Wright.
Okay. Did it seem to be sort of like an accident to you? Is that how you looked at the video?
I felt it could have been an accident, yes.
Okay.
All right, counsel. Sideline, please.
It's quite the system.
It doesn't always work. All right, you may continue, Mr. Ng.
And then the next question was number 3. You had a neutral impression of Mr. Wright.
That'd be correct,
You maintain that today?
Yes.
And you said you was neutral because you didn't know too much about him. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. The question I want to ask you about is number 5, though. You expressed to your family and friends how absurd and terrible this incident was, especially following the death of George Floyd. Can you explain your answer to me in terms of the absurdity of the situation?
I felt, and still feel, that Officer Potter's actions were careless, or could have been quite careless, and that I felt it, at least I was more on edge about police behavior and my own behavior in regards to the conversation we were having as a culture, and it felt unfortunate and somewhat careless that the actions occurred.
Well, would you agree that she's, and I think the court has asked you this, that she's presumed innocent?
Yes, of course.
Of the allegation? You would agree with that and embrace the concept?
Yes.
Is the concept of a presumption of innocence consistent or inconsistent with your thought that the incident was absurd?
Consistent.
How so?
I felt that my perception at the time of the incident made the incident feel absurd. However, I'm open to that being changed, very much so. And in the context of a trial, I'm absolutely unwilling to function with the presumption of innocent until proven guilty.
And you also engaged in the protests, or at least you visited the George Floyd site at 38th in Chicago, it indicates here, am I right?
That's correct. I visited once closer to the events of George Floyd's murder, and I visited later when a friend came into town. My protest activity, I went once to the protest on Lake Street. It was probably a weekend morning after things had kind of hit the fan for the first night, and I went with my mother and sister to help whatever the cleanup was, and then stayed for some of the protest after.
How many protests have you been to?
Just the one.
And you talk about the racial disparities in law enforcement as well?
Yes.
Okay. The question in this case is whether you would be biased in listening to the evidence that Officer Potter's white.
No, I don't think I would be.
Mr. Wright is black.
Correct.
And does that racial composition of the case, a disparity for you, would that impact on how you would look at the case? And I'm not being insulting to ask you about that, but given your answers here, I wanted to ask you. Okay?
Sure. I mean, one of my degrees is in public health, and so I have a pretty good understanding, I like to think, of how racial disparity and systemic racism function as both on a structural level and then how it filters down to a personal level. However, in the context of this case, this is an individual case rather than a systemic or disparity-related event. And so I think for an individual case, that doesn't really apply.
I'm keep going through here, so I appreciate your patience with me. One of the questions at page 7, which is with the multiple choice questions here, where you had to say strongly agree, disagree, etc. You said you somewhat agree to the question, I support defunding the police.
I do, yes.
Could you explain that for us?
I've done some work on government budgets, municipal and federal, and it is my personal opinion that police are overfunded relative to the amount of good they can do in a community as compared to other initiatives that could be more deserving of that funding.
Okay. Would that lead you to have a slight bias against police officers then, those who choose that as a career?
Not particularly.
You just think there's too much fat in the budget?
Yeah.
If I may use that simplistic way of talking about it. You don't question someone's decision to be a police officer, do you?
I'd question it like any other career choice.
Pardon me?
I would question it like any other career choice.
What do you mean by that?
If one of my friends wanted to become a police officer, I would ask them why and whether they felt that that was congruent with their values, as I would if they wanted to become a lawyer or a veterinarian.
Would you try to talk them out of it?
Probably not.
You mentioned the Japanese system. I was curious what that was.
A firearm control?
Yeah.
The Japanese have a well thought out and large federal apparatus, well, not federal, national apparatus for regulating how guns are available and used in their societies.
Far more than ours.
Far more.
Okay. And that's the direction you'd like to take us?
Yes.
If you could.
If I could.
There's a question about Blue Lives Matter on page 9, and you say, quote, "It's not about police, it's about white supremacy." Tell us about that answer.
Sure. My current line of work means I do a lot of research into disinformation and the communities that generate it. And one of the things that I've seen on the side of the radical right is that Blue Lives Matter is used as a calling card, as it would, for white supremacy.
And then for Black Lives Matter, you indicate the organization, at least in your view, is unstable. Is that right?
Yes.
Why do you say unstable?
They've had lots of leadership changes in the past 2-3 years.
You were in Los Angeles for a while. Was that for college?
Correct.
Which college you go to?
I went to USC.
And you believe that the justice system is flawed, do you not?
Yes.
And what do you think we should do to fix it?
If I were eligible and I could answer that question, I would be President of the United States.
Do you have a thought of what we can do to fix it?
Many.
And knowing that it's a flawed system, undefined, you're still willing to be a juror in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Engage in the central tenet of democracy, which is the jury trial.
Yes.
There's a couple more questions. This connection to Mr. Ellison, of course, he's here in the courtroom. You recognize him.
Yes, I do.
You smiled at him when you came in, I assume, right? Because you recognize him?
I assume he doesn't recognize me. I met him very briefly once.
Our concern, of course, is that we're going against his office. They represent the state.
Yes.
And we were wondering if you had any bias for or against him because he's on the other side of this case.
Not at all.
Yeah, confirm?
Yes.
Thank you very much for answering my question. The defense exercises its first peremptory challenge.
Juror number 15. You're excused from this jury, but thank you so much for answering our questions. You're done with jury duty. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you all.
All right, counsel, what I'd like you to do is take a look at juror number 18, overnight. Take a look at her questionnaire. She's got some significant anxiety issues. Juror 19, she's got some child care issues. Juror number 30, it looks like she's pregnant and vomiting. Can you write these down so you can take a look at
Your Honor,
this?
can I stop you for just 1 second? Did you mention 18? I thought 18 was a postponement. Is that right?
18 is a postponement now. Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to get counsel to take a look at some of these questionnaires more closely so that we can discuss maybe agreeing to a for-cause strike so we don't have to question them. So take a look at 19. There's some child care issues. I just made some quick notes when I was looking through this. Number 30 is pregnant and vomiting. Number 31, wife has cancer, he has high blood pressure, and I think he indicated some physical problems. Number 38, husband's best friend is friends with Officer Potter. 43 is a Minneapolis police officer. Okay, those are the ones that kind of stuck out to me, but if you could take a look at those questionnaires, and then maybe we can discuss whether or not we need to question them. Okay?
We submitted our strikes, and a lot of them they didn't agree to.
Right. But will you take another look at those questionnaires, because we can always review them, and if you decide that we can strike them for cause, it'll save time. That's what I'm concerned about. All right, Council, is there anything we need to put on the record before we conclude? All right. Okay, Council, I will see you tomorrow. Please try to get here early. You were on time today, just so that we don't keep the jury waiting. If any legal issues come up in the meantime, please email each other, and I'm always here at 8. So, okay? Have a great night. Thanks, Council.